I'd like to call to order the City of Sonoma Planning Commission meeting for Thursday, December 13th, 2018. And with that, I'd ask for the call to order, please.
Commissioner Barnett.
Here.
Commissioner Jansen. Here. Commissioner Willander.
Here.
Chair Felder.
Here?
Commissioner Bohar.
Here.
Commissioner McDonald.
Here.
And Commissioner Cribb.
Here.
And I'll ask Commissioner McDonald to lead us in the pledge, please. And good evening to all the people who have managed to come and attend the meeting tonight. We thank you for that. Just a couple of housekeeping items. First of all, if anybody has a cell phone, please put it in silent mode or turn it off so it doesn't disturb the meeting. Secondly, no new items will be heard by the Planning Commission after 10:30 unless the Commission by majority vote specifically decides to continue reviewing items. If the item is not heard due to the length of the meeting, then we will attempt to schedule a special meeting in the following week, and we'll establish potential dates at the end of this meeting. Also, any decision reached by the Planning Commission tonight may be appealed to the City Council. Appeals must be filed with City Clerk within 15 calendar days of following the Planning Commission's decision. And appeals must be made in writing and clearly state the reason for the appeal. With that, we will move on to comments from the public. And at this time, members of the public may comment on any item not appearing on the agenda tonight. Recommended that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Items presented under this comment period cannot be discussed or acted upon by the Planning Commission at this time. And we will invite you to make comments on items that are on the agenda when the time comes for that item to be heard. So if anyone has public comments at this time, please approach the podium. Begin by stating and spelling your name.
Hi, my name is Shelley Masters, Shelley, Masters, Masters, and I live at 336 Banchero Street. And I wrote an op-ed, it's in this edition of the Sun. It's Is Sonoma Opening the Pandora's Box of Wireless Cell Towers? And I'd like to put this into the public record, please. I made up 2 maps. One has the 3 cell towers that are going to be looked at right now, and all 3 of them cover my house. So I have 3 layers of whatever this radiation is. This is the map with the rest of them. And that makes 6 that go over my house. And I'm electromagnetically sensitive. Please, could you put these in the public record? The good news is that Senator Blumenthal of Connecticut and Anna Eshoo, who's a representative in California, have asked the FCC to provide them, it says they are interested in acquainting ourselves with the latest studies evaluating the health effects of high band frequencies and modulations that would be used in 5G networks. So they're requesting this because they've had so many requests around the country for understanding what this is. 5G has not been studied health-wise. Now, from what I know, there's a lot of information with the military. They have been studying millimeter wave. And these antennas are different. They are what's called phased array. And they attach to your cell phone as you're walking down the street, and you come up to the next one, and that one attaches. So there's actually an active beam forming that goes on with these antennas. And I don't know that much about it, but I've read quite a bit about it. And there's a YouTube video of the conference with Blumenthal and a woman named Blake Levitt. And she has she explains phased array and the possible impacts on nature with this new technology. Some time ago, I don't remember whether it was 2014, 2015, when I became electromagnetically sensitive because of the wireless transmitter put behind my head by PG&E, I did drop off to the planning department Blake Levitt's books. And I just wanted to mention that. I'd also like this letter. This is to the FCC from Blumenthal and Anna Eshu. Put it in the public record. Thank you. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Lynn Marie DeVincent, 65 Guadalajara. I'm the Community Outreach Coordinator for the Napa Sonoma Neighborhood Association, which is a coalition of neighbors who are working to educate the public and the city about the hazards of the 5G cell towers that are being reviewed by the city of Sonoma.
Excuse me just a minute. Christina, could you reset the clock?
Oh,
Thanks.
I thought it was Christmas. They were all blinking. Thank you. I have sent you an email message, which I hope you have time to review. I just wanted to mention it briefly here tonight. You may recall at the November 8th Planning Commission meeting that the Verizon attorney rebutted my public comment claim that the California firefighters have an exemption from having cell towers installed at their stations. You can review on the video his exact words, but he basically dismissed my claim and made the exemption seem less important, if not invalid. So once you've reviewed the information that I've sent you, you can decide what you feel about this claim. I just want to read the section from AB 57 that has this reference. Firefighters, okay, forget that. I want to just do the quote from section 65964.1. Quote, due to the unique duties and infrastructure requirements for the swift and effective deployment of firefighters, this section does not apply to a co-location or siting application for a wireless telecommunications facility where the project is proposed for placement on fire department facilities, end quote. So they're referring to another section, of course, which says these would be allowed. So I just think that was very important for me to clarify that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, Planning Commissioner, members, and everybody else. My name is Mark Marthaler. Live at 146 East Spain, and didn't have anything planned to tell you tonight, except for I was encouraged today to come tonight and speak because all 7 of you would be here, and you are the Planning Commission, so this might be something that you could consider. It regards art or public art on the plaza in Sonoma. In Sonoma, it's a very small town, the plaza, and we don't have really a tradition of murals or sculptures that are sort of fixed in place. Right now, of course, we have temporary installations which really add to, ambiance of Sonoma, and it's great for visitors, and it's really great. But as far as like permanent art, we don't have much. We do have, however, 2 murals within the plaza perimeter, and then 1 mural on Broadway. I'm here to speak about the 1 mural at El Paseo. Just wanted to show everybody out so they didn't have a blank page. But perhaps you're all aware of where this is located. I did do this, I did create this about 25 years ago. So it's been there, I like to say, a quarter of a century. And so there's a question of whether this could actually be removed and replaced. So I'm here because I do have a personal interest in it, but because it may be destroyed. However, it brings about a broader issue of what Sonoma would like to do with public works of art. Now, there's a question of, this isn't technically purely public art, it's on private property. And I'm aware that there is nothing actually legally protecting this because it is technically private, but I would like to, I think there's a fair argument to be made that it is within the public, within your rights, within Sonoma's rights to put something in the code, perhaps to protect things that have become part of the fabric of Sonoma. It's been here for 25 years, and the other mural, which is at the Mercato, could actually be removed without any public input, or, you know, it impacts the ambiance of Sonoma. And as I reviewed the code, the various codes, the preface of each section talks about how the streetscapes and the historical nature and character of their town is very important to Sonoma. And I know you've done a lot of work to keep Sonoma looking the way it does and promoting the ambiance of Sonoma. And I just wanted to introduce this to you, take this opportunity, and I'd like to write you all a letter and see if there's something that maybe we could do to protect art in Sonoma. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else care to speak? Seeing no one approach the podium, we will now then move on to the next item, which is review and acceptance of the agenda. Does any commissioner have any comments on the agenda? Also take it out to the public. Would the public like to make any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. We are on to late correspondence.
Moved on Planning Commission item 6.1 and 8.3. It was emailed to all the commissioners, and you have copies at the dais.
Thank you, Christina. With that, we'll move on to item 6, which is the consent calendar. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the Planning Commission, staff, or public request specific items to be removed for separate action. So does anyone from the commission have anything that you would like to remove from the consent calendar?
Chair Felder, I'd like to remove item 6.2 for separate
okay.
discussion.
Anyone else? Take it out to the public. Does anyone from public want to remove an item? Seeing none, I will ask for a motion on items 6.1 and 6.3.
I move that we approve items 6.1 and 6.3.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously, 7-0. So let's go to item 6.2, which is temporary use permit application of Silvera Chevrolet Sonoma to allow transitional use of a parking lot on the property located at 865 West Napa Street, including action to approve a categorical exemption pursuant to section 15304 of the state CEQA guidelines. The minor temporary use of land having negligible or no permanent effects on the environment. With that, we'll have a report from, I believe, Wendy.
Yes, thank you, Chair Felder and members of the commission. Just give me 1 second here to pull up the correct drawing. Well, yeah, that's the first one. There's nothing like that, for sure. There we go. Well, after all that fanfare, it doesn't show up very well on the screen. But the subject property is a rectangular parcel located on the south side of West Napa Street, west of 7th Street West. It's a double frontage lot with a southern frontage on Sudley Street, and the lot is currently vacant and undergoing building improvements. Silvera Chevrolet is requesting a temporary use permit for 1 year to allow a transitional use parking lot on the property while the owner determines a permanent location, well, if a permanent location is needed, for the storage of new inventory of new and used cars. The owner's plan is to grow the number of Chevrolet sales, which requires a permanent off-site storage lot. At the discretion of the city planner, a temporary use permit may be referred to the planning department for a hearing and decision, and was the case in this instance. And the proposal is consistent with both the development code and the general plan with regard to the discussion of public project issues. Staff has determined the primary issue to be considered in the review of the proposal is the compatibility with surrounding neighbors with respect to noise associated with transporting vehicles. In addition, outdoor lighting associated with the use permit shall be prohibited. Staff is recommending that the applicant return to the Planning Commission within 45 days of commencements to address any issues that staff or the community have with regard to the use. That concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Mr. Chair, if I can,
Yes.
I spoke with Mr. Silvera a little while ago, and he's in transit if he's not already here. Oh, he's already here. So I was going to ask you to defer this item until he arrived, but I think we're good.
Okay.
So I would, if there are questions of staff, you could entertain those and then also speak
Right.
with Mr. Silvera.
Okay. Does anybody have questions of staff?
Yeah, I do, since I'm the one that pulled this. I think my question of staff is, I just want to understand because, I understand this parcel is currently under construction, and we're talking about occupying a significant portion of the parking available for that parcel. So what I'm trying to understand is a vote on doing this is essentially saying nothing's going to happen on this parcel for a year because you wouldn't be able to actually get a permitted business to function there with taking away that much of the parking. So that was my question for staff.
Sure. So the folks that are developing the property, it's going to take them some time to get the shell of the building in a condition that it can be available for new tenants to occupy. And so in the meanwhile, while that construction is going on, Silvera wants to rent the parking spaces for storage.
So they anticipate the construction going on beyond a year.
Well, we came and asked because the development code allows up to a year, and as some of you may know, that we can issue temporary use permits on a trial basis and then report back. So in this case, we accommodated Mr. Silvera in that he would like to have at least up to a year. It's likely that if occupancy occurs or is timed such for the other project, that he would need to vacate the property, and we can certainly defer to Mr. Silvera.
Yeah, I think my other questions are probably going to be for the applicant. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, would you care to speak to us, Mr. Silvera, and state your name and address?
Yeah, hi, Scott Silvera. Our permanent property is at 687 West Napa Street, formerly Sonoma Chevrolet. And pretty much what was said is we are just bought the dealership in August. We received a large shipment of inventory from GM. Being a new owner, they love to load you up. Our goal is to grow the amount of sales at the dealership, and we're just looking for some temporary use until we can really get a feel of how much inventory we need. And what came up with is if their construction does start to happen, they've in the agreement, they have the right to ask us to vacate at any time. So they will ask us to move, so.
Okay, you have questions of the applicant?
Yeah, so in your note, you said normal business hours. I don't know what I just wanted a clarification on what your normal business
right.
hours are.
So our sales department, really, there's no sales, no business is going to be going on at the storage lot. And I have the same type of storage lot at our Hillsburg dealership. And basically, we may access vehicles there 3 times a day, 4 times a day. At most, it's really just if we keep duplicate units or extra units over at that area, we will drive a car over and a car back. We won't bring people over to that area. There will not be any lighting in that area. I would say we're probably 4 times a day, and sometimes 0 times a day. I mean, it's just a storage area.
Okay. And then will the vehicles be offloaded from the transports at that location, or where they're
at the current
location? Okay, and then you'll drive the vehicles to
right.
that.
So anytime a new vehicle comes in from the factory, it has to go through a pre-delivery inspection. So it goes into our service department, and so nothing would be brought over to the storage lot until it's already gone through our service department. So it's and if we have the room at the Napa Street location, everything would stay there. It's strictly just a holding area.
Okay. And then the current fencing there is just like sort of temporary construction fencing. Is that the only fencing you're going to have? Or are you going to put up more permanent secure fencing to protect that many cars is, I don't know what the
right.
value of that would be, but that seems like a pretty, especially if you're not going to have any lighting.
Right. We don't have any fencing at all around our Hillsburg area.
Yeah.
The tenant or the owner of the property there put that temporary fencing around.
Yeah.
I don't know when he did it, but before we came in, we have since put a temporary fence in between the property, kind of sectioning off the back area of that property. But that's really the only fencing that we were planning on doing.
Okay. And then have you had any communication at all with the Brookdale management or residents of Brookdale? Did you reach out to them since they seem to be the one that probably would be most impacted by any
right.
Activity, though it sounds relatively minimal, but I was just curious
I
if
did
you...
not.
Okay.
No, and I could. I mean,
Yeah.
I would be willing to do that. It's really, I mean, it's truly 2 to 3 to 4 visits a day. I mean, if that.
Okay.
So I mean, initially, I guess the first week we might be driving, maybe 30 or 40 vehicles over, but after that, it wouldn't be much.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Silvera?
I have a question from staff. It's probably staff. The site's undergoing a renovation, construction renovation, the main building fronting Napa. Is there any sort of requirement or for construction staging or making sure that construction employees are parking on site and not parking on Napa? Or even if there's the ability to park on Napa. I was just curious if by taking the parking lot that could impact local streets because the construction workers would be spilling over into the public right of way.
Sure, so employees wouldn't be parking on West Napa Street because there's no parking on West Napa Street. And there is, Silvera is not proposing to take up all of the parking, and so there is an area where a construction activity could occur.
Mm-hmm.
But it's my understanding that if the tenant, not the tenant improvements, but the shell improvements happen, that they're going to be asking Silvera to move their vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
And there is quite a bit of parking still available. I mean, we're just kind of where that blue line is to the left is all we're using, and then they're keeping quite a bit of the parking area.
Okay, thank you. So you think there's probably enough space for construction staging and storing materials? It wouldn't really cause a problem. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silvera.
Thank you.
I have questions.
Sorry.
Forgive me. Okay, but I have questions for the
Sorry about
applicant.
that.
Forgive me. You're the owner, correct?
Correct.
All right.
My wife and I.
Pardon me?
My wife and I.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I have, it's bigger questions, possibly not so related to this particular application, but I live very near there, and I'm very familiar with your operation, which I think is fine. I think it's a great place, okay? The long and the short of it is, though, that it's a tiny space for a dealership, and we only have one dealership in town. So do you have any insight as to what your long-term goals might be? Because you've added other cars besides GM, or besides Chevrolets, okay? I think, are you going to sell other things like Buicks or anything else?
No, I have a Buick GMC dealership in Healdsburg. And
Okay.
so we just wanted the town of Sonoma to know that we can offer Buick and GMCs, and we have the same banner in Healdsburg, letting people know that we can offer Chevrolets.
Oh, okay, all right.
Long-term goals is GM wants us to remodel the building within 3 years, and that's an agreement that I had to agree to in order for them to approve us even coming in. However, I don't own the building and land. Barbara Nobles does, and so ideally, we would love to find land and build a dealership that within the city of Sonoma. But there's just isn't much land there around. So I think kind of the blueprint that we have right now is what we plan on using.
So what are your remodeling plans, in the future for the building?
It would follow GM's facility image. So if you were to see any of the Chevy stores driving along the freeway, there's generally a blue, what they call the blue eyebrow. It says Chevrolet. There's a white panel facade around the building. We've done the facility image in Healdsburg. It's a very nice looking, very clean look. It's not anything loud, or it just follows GM's image. As far as the lease, we have a lease agreement up to 15 years. So we are planning on being there and staying there, unless there was something that came up, land available somewhere else. But we have no intentions of buying land at this point. We're just trying to get our feet on the ground. So that's where we're at, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public here to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion and possible action.
Mr. Chair, if I can just add, related to the question that Commissioner McDonald asked about the adjacent land uses, you'll see condition number 2 in your packet talks about that. That's addressing that sensitivity. So we've suggested or recommended that you go with a year, and that we return a staff to your commission to report any issues that we see from a land use perspective. In your staff report, it does call out that this is within a commercial zoning district, but it is adjacent to residential, as has been pointed out. Thank you.
I do have another condition that I'd like the commission to consider. I would like to have the fence along Studley Street to have slats installed in it so that it would further screen the vehicles from the street and create a little bit more attractive view rather than just a car full of, or a lot full of cars with a chain link fence. So if the rest of the commission would be amenable to that, I would like to include that as a condition.
I agree with that totally. Second it.
I'd agree with that.
If no one has any other comments, I'll entertain a motion.
I actually just have one
Okay.
question. Condition of approval 2, it says this will be subject to review by the Planning Commission within 45 days. Is that if staff determines there's an issue, it'll come back to us? And if there are no issues, they'll have a temporary use
It'll be
permit for
coming
you?
back, and we'll report whether there are or not issues. So we do plan on coming back within a 45-day period.
Either way,
Either way. And that your commission,
the
Chair
applicant
Felder-
has something to say.
Chair Felder, excuse me, if you would be adding condition number 9 if that's the prerogative of the commission.
All right.
I'm not familiar with the wood slats as far as we rent the fence from Kenwood Fence. That was something that the existing owner had there. If maybe you guys would know, can you rent temporary wood slat fences?
All I can say at this point is I know that the fence that has the slats is not the fence that you have there. You can't actually weave them in to the existing fence. It has to be a new fence structure.
I
mean, I just don't know if we'd be able to construct a permanent fence for a temporary. I just don't know if they offer that. If we can put a temporary slat fence in, I'm all for it. I know I've seen them do the green wrap fences, but I don't know if that looks any aesthetically more pleasing. I don't know that we're gonna be able to construct a fence for.
I was under the impression that these slats could be installed in an existing chain link fence, but
Yeah, no, they're actually, there's a lot of width between them, so the slats can fit
Oh.
between. It's more of an open membrane, so that's my understanding. If it's the prerogative of the commission, if that can be done, that can be choice A. Choice B would be to put some other type of membrane there for screening purposes, I believe.
yeah, I
And
think if we could phase the condition that way, put slats if possible, otherwise screen it in another way along Studley.
Okay.
That would be,
And-
that would be the height of the fence, excuse me, which typically is a 6-foot fence.
And perhaps they'll have more information by 45 days.
And if we can put wood slat, I will definitely do it.
Okay.
So, all right. Thank you.
Anything else? Looking for a motion then.
I mean, I just was going to say that I support your that condition, and I would also say that Commissioner Cribb had some great questions there. My gut tells me everything's going to be fine. I mean, I don't think that operation is really moving forward very fast. So,
No, I
But I'm
agree.
glad
I
that you
just-
were checking on that.
It just seemed to me there was a lot of unanswered questions in the,
Yeah, no,
for
I
this to
agree.
be a consent calendar item. I just wanted to
Yeah.
get clarification.
all right.
Looking for a motion.
I will move that we approve as amended by Chair Felder with condition number 9.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. So we move on to item number 7, which is items for discussion, and it's remarks from our planning director.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, for reasons that I won't go into, I'm going to ask for your indulgence that this will be item 8.0, which is respect to some comments I'd like to make regarding the public hearings that you'll be hearing later. So before you actually open up each specific item for public hearing, I want to address a couple of things. As you know, I've been here about 60 days or so, not that I'm counting, but for the most part, we've had some interesting planning challenges, the least of which is a discussion that you had, the City Council, the Planning Commission had on Mission Square, and also at your hearings on November 15th in the special hearing that we had. And also some issues have popped up for tonight's agenda relative to the hearings. And so within that context, and also in the context of a memo that was sent to you by the previous, my predecessor, Mr. Goodison, some questions relative to procedures and process, if you will, have been brought to my mind relative to the role of the Planning Commission, the role of Design Review Historical Preservation Commission. In that regard, particularly with Mission Square project, you'll notice that the Planning Commission took action. It was appealed, it went to the City Council, and then subsequently there were 2 reviews by the Design Review Historic Preservation Commission, and we had to work through a process of calendaring, trying to figure out when the effective date or expiration occurred. And this is not just the only situation that's occurred, but there's been questions relative to the role of design review applications relative to your role and what the Planning Commission can or cannot look at versus that which the Design Review and Historical Preservation Commission can review. That being said, I've had an opportunity to review the municipal code, and I just want to provide just some context with respect to the technology. You'll notice on your agenda tonight that we have some very brief agenda items for items 8.1 and 8.2 relative to the temporary uses that we've described in that same packet. And that's a function of the computer and the technology system that we have that myself and some new staff are still trying to learn and understand. But as it relates to processing of applications, discretionary applications, which is certainly within the purview of the Planning Commission, the review, as we've heard at the last meeting, relative to elevations, design context, transitional elements of elevations and building massing and the like. We have had, as David pointed out prior, that the role of the Planning Commission can review things such as fences and walls, lighting and details. Typically those things have been transferred to the Design Review and Historical Preservation Commission. I sensed and heard also that the Planning Commission would desire to kind of take those things to review concurrently. Our municipal code actually does provide for that provision. In section 19.52.030, it outlines a concurrent permitting process, and I'm going to call it the bundling provision of the code, where the entitlements, the discretionary entitlements, can be massed together. So any project that requires design review with a use permit or a tentative map or plan development, those can be bundled and should be bundled, in my view, to the Planning Commission, such that there's no subsequent review for the Design Review and Historical Preservation Commission. Ministerial projects are outlined in our municipal code. Those are the kind of applications like an addition to a home, for example. Some of the things that you'll see on the commission's agenda on the 18th, Wendy, I think it is, or next week. And so I'm kind of looking towards an interpretation, if I'm heading in the right direction with the role that the commission wants to go in. That said, we have tonight an application where we've encouraged the applicant, based on the prior discussion of the commission, to provide with you tonight, to provide you tonight some design concepts that they will perfect and mature into an application that can terminate with the Planning Commission in January. And we'll certainly hear from that tonight. The second, another application that you'll hear tonight, and you'll notice that I'm being purposely vague, trying to be vague, with respect to that project is a little bit different from the one that I was talking about earlier with respect to the timing and the request of the applicants to the particular entitlement that they've asked for. And so with that context, what I'd like to do is see if I'm heading in the right direction and get some feedback and have that context come within the discussion of items 8.1 and 8.2, if that's okay. So that concludes my comments, and Mr. Chair, I would suggest that we then go into items 8.1 and 8.2.
Thank you very much, David. Okay, with that, we're going to move to item 8.1, so I believe Mr. Bohar, Commissioner Bohar will have to recuse.
Yes,
And that recusal is due to proximity.
yes, due to proximity, economic impact. My home is at 299 First Street West.
Excuse me, Chair Felder, we'll talk about the fact that this is a historic district.
2-minute recess. I think we need some water up here on the podium, on the dais. Two minutes. Call the meeting back to order. So item 8.1 is an application for a tentative parcel map to subdivide a .67 acre lot into 4 lots at 249 First Street West. And with that, I'll go to the planning director for a staff report. Oh, pardon me. It's Christina's going to do the staff
Yes.
report. Didn't mean to slight you, Christina.
No, actually, you're calling me the planning director, so I'll take
All
it.
right, you like that.
We know who's in charge now. Thank you all so much for your time. As you'll recall, this item was originally on the November 15th Planning Commission hearing, and we're here today to present some revised design concepts and to take a quick look at the map as well. And I think the main goal is to get the Commission's feedback and direction to the applicants so that they can proceed and come back in January, hopefully, with a project that meets the Commission's wishes. So just as a quick reminder of the project, it's located at 249 First Street West. The application before us is a tentative parcel map. The property is located adjacent to the Sonoma Bike Path, which is just to the north, across from the Depot Hotel, and the Vallejo's Home open space is to the west. The project is located in the historic overlay zone as well, and that's one of the triggers for requiring design review for the project. The site's an existing 0.6 acre site. It's developed with a 1,660 square foot single family residence with an attached garage and pool. Access to the site is via a driveway that is located on the adjacent property to the south through an existing 20-foot access easement. And the site is largely flat with about 7 ornamental trees. The property is located in the northeast planning area and zoned for medium density residential. The minimum lot size for the zoning district is 5,500 square feet. The minimum lot dimensions are 55 feet for the width and 90 feet for the depth. The required setbacks are a front setback of 15 feet, and the side setback is a minimum of 7 feet, combined 18 feet, and the rear is a 20-foot setback. And as we spoke, the applicants have requested feedback on the preliminary designs, and they'll be returning to the Planning Commission for design review approval in the short future. So since our November 15th hearing, the applicant and their architect and team have been working to take the comments of the commission and the public to heart. They had a neighborhood meeting and have submitted revised designs that are part of the pack for your review. Overall, the majority of the design changes were to Lot 4, which is in the front of the property along First Street West. The duplex unit, it was redesigned to move the second story component further away from the street to reduce the mass and bulk from First Street West. The height was reduced to more closely align with the neighboring houses. And as a result of cutting back the porch a little bit, there's more area in the front for landscaping and increased front setback. Overall, all the units, the height has been reduced and the roof pitch was lowered as well. Front porches were added to lots 1, 2, and 3. Gable end windows were added, and the exterior materials were revised from vertical wood siding to horizontal siding. They revised the casement windows to double hung windows. The roof materials have been changed from standing seam to asphalt shingles. And if you recall previously, all the units were proposed to be painted the same color, and now there's some variation proposed. This is all information from the prior hearing, but just demonstrating that all of the lots meet the minimum lot area. They meet the front setbacks, side setbacks, and rear setbacks. There's 4 proposed parcels, 3 lots 1 through 3 with a 2-story single-family residence and with attached garages, and there's also a pool proposed for lot 1. Lot 4 is the duplex unit in the front with a detached garage. The access and utilities are proposed to be through the existing 20-foot easement on the property to the south, and there would be a new 4-foot easement, reciprocal easement on the subject property, so there would be a total easement width of 24 feet for access. And emergency access is through a fire truck turnaround that's built into the driveway. Parking is provided on site in the garages themselves. For the duplex unit, there's one uncovered space, and then there's also room for parking on the parking aprons themselves for guests. It's the site plan for Liam Lane. Quick overview of the tentative map for your consideration. At the request, based on comments from the commission and at staff's recommendation, the applicants prepared a front setback analysis in order to ensure that they're complying with sections of the historic overlay district for infill development. It's a little tough to see, but they're within the guidelines that show that their front should be no closer than the average of the buildings on either side, and they looked at 2 buildings to the south and 2 buildings to the north to make sure that they were not just in compliance with the directly adjacent structures, but the ones further away as well. These are the revised elevations for your consideration. This is lot 1, lot 2, lot 3, and lot 4. Lot 4 being the duplex. The exterior building materials have been submitted for your consideration as well. And this is showing the horizontal siding and then the 3 colors that are being proposed instead of the one sort of, monochrome palette that was before you previously. Just the windows and the roof for your consideration and feedback. Details on the chimney and lighting. And they also provided some photo simulations based on the revised design. This is the view from First Street West looking north. This is First Street West looking south with the Depot Hotel in the foreground. And some simulations of the lot. So again, lot 4 is the duplex in the front. Lot 2 next to it. This is lots 2 and lot 1 being the westernmost lot. Before you are the findings of approval for the tentative map. And that concludes my presentation, and we'll open it up for questions.
Okay, just for quick clarifications, you're not expecting an approval of the tentative map tonight?
Correct.
We're going to wait till this is continued to the next meeting, so we have the full package, correct?
Correct, absolutely.
Just for the rest of the commission, so we're able to review the project as we see it now and make suggestions as to how they might improve it, so they can finalize their plans, and then we will look at the overall project next.
And the resubmittal
Next
will
month.
include a landscape plan,
Right.
full lighting plan, all of the required design review elements.
Okay, do you have anything further, David, to add on that? Okay. Questions of staff?
I have a quick question. Okay, materials, okay? Will they be identified? I mean, these are pretty sketchy still.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, how about materials? Will they be identified? Landscaping, will that be more identified?
Correct. So the intention here is to give you as much information as they have right now for your preliminary feedback, and then they'll take that feedback and revise their drawings and concepts based on that, and then they will submit a full design review pack. So that would be part of the next staff report
Okay.
for that level of review.
I have a couple questions about drainage, actually, and the road driveway easement, however you call it. With respect to drainage and runoff, will the water that has to be calculated for the runoff of that private driveway be accommodated on the 4 proposed lots, and or will it be accommodated on the remainder parcel, that Tarantino's property. I'm just curious how that's going to be dealt with, because I know each one of these 4 lots is going to have to deal with its own drainage on site. So this driveway is on the other property. So I was just wondering how that takes place. And then
Commissioner McDonald, maybe you want to hold that one for the applicant?
Oh, yeah. And the other question is, has the grant deed been signed and recorded for this driveway?
There's an existing 20-foot easement, and that has recorded, it's been in place, and then the 4-foot reciprocal easement, the draft language, what's in the staff report right now, and the applicant and the neighbors are working to finalize that right now.
Is that something that needs to be done before anything could be approved?
The language would have to be finalized. Yeah, I think it's a condition of approval.
That'll come as part of your final package.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of staff? Seeing none, would the applicant care to speak?
It just takes a second to kick in.
Hi. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Allegra Diggins. I'm the owner of 249 First Street West here in Sonoma. As David mentioned, our goal with tonight's meeting is to present our tentative map, initial designs, and to gather your feedback with the intention of receiving approval at January's meeting. So we do have pretty fleshed out designs along with conceptual preliminary landscape plans. But really our goal is to gather your feedback to make as many changes as recommended and then come back to you in January for a final approval. So with so much staff turnover in the city, we feel it's important to highlight the full historical timeline of the project. As outlined in the presented project timeline here, we have been in touch with city planning since January 2017, initially proposing a PUD option and code exceptions which were not supported. Since then, multiple rounds of feedback and revisions have transpired. In every case, we have done everything to address any planning concerns that were thrown our way and to adhere to the written code. We've taken 2 years to evaluate and revise multiple iterations of the site plan, finally landing on our current tentative map. Additionally, we've hosted meetings with the neighbors, allowing opportunity for feedback on the design and overall site plan. Most recently, since the November 15th planning meeting, we've again met with the neighbors to hear their concerns. We've made significant adjustments to the overall design to better follow the direction of the Downtown Sonoma Historic Preservation Design Guidelines and meet the desires of the neighbors. With the current site plan, we are complying with RM zoning by integrating single-family residences along with much-needed affordable housing. We have paid close attention to neighboring building heights and massing and setbacks and design elements. In order to bridge the new buildings with their historical context, each of the residences has gabled roofs of composition shingles, covered porches, double hung windows, and horizontal wood siding. These attributes follow the design elements of the homes nearby along First Street and provide continuity along that road. But importantly, while still maintaining a distinction so as to not create a false sense of historic development. We feel this is really important. Element. So in summary, we've done everything to abide by all zoning and historical guidelines while doing our best to meet the needs of the neighbors. Tonight I have Nick Lee and Paul Rosansky, our architect and landscape designer of record. They're both here to walk through the site plan, the designs, and our preliminary landscape plan in more detail.
Hi, my name is Nick Lee with Nick Lee Architecture. Thank you, staff and Planning Commission. Appreciate your time. I've been working with Allegra and Sonoma Denmark Properties from probably the middle of 2017, so it's not we didn't just come aboard recently, but we've been working with them through the lot division options as well as the overall design to kind of look at feasibility from a design standpoint while they're, have been considering the lot split. So with that, I'd like to just take you through kind of the designs more specifically and just how we see the project in the context of Sonoma and the neighborhood. So, okay, so we'll start with the site. So we're at 249 First Street West. We're in the the medium density residential district. Here's the site with First Street West highlighted in red. We've got West Spain Street, and then the bike path to the north. A little bit down the page, right there is the historic plaza. And this is the Depot Park across from our property. Here's a shot of our site over on the left, looking from the south towards the north, and you can see the house at 277. First Street West, this is looking south with the Depot Hotel, and this is looking down the bike path towards the east and looking down the bike path toward the west. Here's a shot of the property from across the street. I thought it's important just to look quickly at just the neighboring context of the existing structures and houses. Here's the Depot Hotel on top with 277 First Street West on the bottom. These are the two properties adjacent to our parcel. And here are a few other houses kind of close by at 298, 225, 227, 299, and 301, all on First Street West. So getting into the overall site planning, it was, here's the site again, an overview. We've got First Street on the right, the bike path on top of the page, and so the same orientation is on the site plan, just for our bearings. So First Street's on the right, lot number, bike path up here. Here's lot 1, 2, 3, and 4. And again, we're in the RM, the medium residential, medium density district, where with a 0.67 acre site, we're required to have 5 to 7 units, and we've got the minimum at 5. It allowed us to get a little bit more open space for all of the parcels and all of the units. And we are, in terms of FAR, we're meeting all of the requirements that are in the ordinance from FAR and lot coverage. On lot number 1, we're at 0.39 at 3,570 square feet. Lot number 2, we're at 0.41 with 3,044 square feet on this unit. Lot number 3 is a little bit smaller, so we're at 0.43 on the FAR with 2845 on the unit. And then the duplex is on lot number 4 at 0.37 at a total of 2995 for the unit. We're also under the maximum lot coverage for all of the structures and all of the parcels. We meet all the setback requirements. I just want to point out that the frontage of lots 1, 2, and 3 are on the south, with the frontage of lot number 4 to the east facing First Street. So we meet all of the setback requirements. This diagram right here, we've got our parcel right here, and this to illustrate our relationship to the Depot Hotel towards the north and 277 on the south. The Depot Hotel is 6.7 feet from the property line. Our project on First Street is 17 feet back from the property line at the structure of the house, and our porch is 10 feet back. So it's less than the Depot Hotel. 277 is 17.7 feet set back from the property line. So we're basically in line. We're very close to the property on the south and further back than the Depot Hotel. This diagram illustrates the proposed porches that we have. So on lot number 4, we've got a covered porch, and also on lots 1, 2, and 3 that we've added since the last version that we've submitted. This represents the easement on the south, just to show kind of where the easement lays in also relationship to the parking. So the parking we exceed the required parking, I think, by 2.6 times for lots 1, 2, and 3, and we're able to park 4 cars on 1, 2, and 3, and then 3 cars on lot number 4. With the design, this is lot number 4, so the furthest to the left or the west, and this one has the large General Vallejo open space towards the west, so everything is oriented towards the west with the pool and the outdoor spaces on the ground level, the same with the upstairs. So we've got the floor plan of the ground level on the left, the upper level on the right. It's basically a 3-bedroom home with a bedroom downstairs, 2 upstairs, The main living space is on the lower level. And you can see on this plan, the one-story massing resides towards the south with the porches as well. We have two-car garage, bathrooms and laundry shown in blue here, and circulation and shown in the red. And this is the elevation of the lot number 4. And really on all of the structures, they have similar design elements. We've got the gable roofs, as Allegra mentioned. We've changed to the horizontal siding to be a little bit more traditional. We've changed to the asphalt shingle to match a little bit more closely the context of the neighborhood, and also having the change to the double hung windows from the casements. And in terms of the massing, we've really made an effort to break up the two-story elements by stepping the upper story back so that we could break, and not just have this one plane for the entire facade of the two-story elements. And this is consistent when we go through the other structures as well, the other ones on the rest of the lots. Here's a rendering of the front, towards the front of lot number 4, where you can see the porch and the garage, and then the two-story element sits behind. This is lot number 2, where we also have a 3-story or 3-bedroom unit. Main living on the ground floor, two-car garage. There's bathrooms and circulation, but again, similar elements to lot number 1. Although this lot is a little bit smaller, it still has the gables, the horizontal siding. We're thinking that we'd have a mix of different colors between the units, but carrying through, especially the covered porch on all of the units between 1, 2, 3, and 4. So here's a rendering showing the covered porch and the front of lot number 2. Lot number 3 is very similar in terms of the design layout because of the actual site size and configuration. So I'll go through this quickly. Again, it's a 3-bedroom unit. It's got living space on the ground level. We've got a 2-car garage, bathrooms, and circulation kind of to the core. And one of the things for lots 2 and 3, and actually all of the units, it was really to have the upper level with the bedrooms not overlooking trying to maintain some privacy between the units. So it's oriented so the bedrooms face north and south, so we can get the view towards the bike path, and also south where it's a little bit more open and not looking closely at the units adjacent to one another. So just a little bit of thinking of how this starts to get laid out from a layout standpoint. I think the most, here's again a rendering similar to lot number 2 of lot number 3. The most, this is lot number 4, and this had the most significant change in terms of flipping the massing of the 2-story element that was on First Street, fronting First Street, back from First Street, so that we now have a 1-story element on First Street West. And we've got a detached garage set back towards the rear of the property. 1 bedroom, the affordable housing unit's 1 bedroom on First Street West with a covered porch. And then on the second unit of the duplex, we have 1 bedroom downstairs with the great room and the living space of both units facing towards the north, where they could open out, especially on the larger unit, towards a yard along the bike path. And I'll let Paul Rosansky, who's done the landscape design, talk a little bit more about the landscaping, but just wanted to emphasize that we did put a lot of consideration in creating and siting the units so that we do have open space for all of the units. This is the upper level, stairs towards the left here, 2 bedrooms upstairs, and again, just pointing out that the 1-story element is towards the right on First Street West. Over here, you can see probably best in the center image, this is looking towards the unit from the south with the lower portion on the right fronting First Street West. But again, the same combination of elements of porches and siding, similar materials as the other units. And then again, this is the slide just showing the scene from First Street to put this project in context with the neighborhood. And then we also looked at the neighborhood in general. We meet the height requirement at 30 feet. We're under it on our project. This is from lot 1 to lot 4, left to right. Our proposed height on the second unit is maxed out at 25 feet, 5 feet under the allowable max of 30 feet. At First Street, our 1-story unit is 16'3", which is actually it's lower than the adjacent unit at 277, which is 21 feet. So we're lower than the actual next door neighbor there, and then the proposed height here is also a little bit lower than the other units that we have at 1, 2, and 3. This is a facade study that shows the streetscape from the plaza up to where we're standing now, the police station, or right before it. This is an enlarged image going from left to right on top to and continues on the bottom. Our lot is highlighted in orange there, and it's just to show graphically that with this red dashed line, it shows kind of the relationship of our First Street roof line at 16 feet plus, just over 16 feet in relationship to the street. And so we're either under or close to the other one-story units on the street. This red line on this diagram shows our two-story element. That also shows that we're either under or equal to any of the two-story or taller structures on the street. This diagram here shows the structures that were actually surveyed. The structures in red are the buildings that were surveyed by Bear Flag, and we actually have the actual heights. And they also represent all the structures that have a roof line equal to or greater than our proposed two-story elements. And it's not to say that these are the only structures that are taller than what we have, but just in this diagram, the red ones are what were actually surveyed, so we know exactly the height of those. Also, this box in orange to the left represents another two-story structure on this diagram that just was not part of our survey. Again, the materials, it's hard to see on the images. We have a materials board, but it's, I'll set it just right here for now, but horizontal siding with a mix of colors for the materials, and asphalt shingle, dark in color, a black or a charcoal, and wood-clad aluminum windows. And then in terms of lighting, we didn't submit this, so there are two outstanding items for the full design review package, which is the lighting with the photometric analysis, which I have in this presentation, and also the full landscape submittal. So for lighting, we'll have downcast lighting with these kind of gooseneck fixtures, as well as path lighting. They all will meet the requirements for the photometric analysis. And I think one thing I'd just like to highlight are the changes that we made, in terms of feedback from Planning Commission, neighbors, and just general feedback in general. And I think the largest one was to flip the unit on First Street so that we have the lower massing on First Street as a one-story and the higher portion of the building towards the west. We added front porches to all of the structures. We lowered all of the wall heights on the second story from 9 feet to 8'6". We also lowered the roof slopes. We increased the eaves to be a little bit more traditional instead of a little bit more modern in the original design. We added some gable windows. Exterior cladding was changed from vertical to horizontal, and the windows were changed from casements to double hung. And again, the roofing materials changed to shingles. I've got a couple slides just to diagrammatically show this. This is the original design. On the right shows the one porch that we had, the covered porch on First Street West, and then on this diagram we show the three porches that we added on lots 1, 2, and 3. And then this is just to show, I think, because obviously the unit on First Street is going to be the most visible, this shows a rendering of what we had previously on top with the two-story element and a porch, and it's changed now to the one-story element and a porch, and also set back a little bit further than we previously had it. And with that, I think we have a great project, and thank you for your time, and we ask for your support and look forward to meeting again next month. And with that, I'd like to have Paul Rosansky talk a little bit
If you would just
about the
hang
landscaping.
on, are there any questions at this point? Okay, we continue on, and then we can always drag
Okay.
it back up if we
Okay.
need to. Thank you.
Great. All right.
Good evening, Paul Rosansky with Rosansky Design. Let's see. I think we've done some preliminary drawings here that will help soften and really make this project stand out. Starting out on First Street, we're going to go with a traditional boxwood hedge in the front with some plantings in the behind that hedge. If you're coming down the Easement Road, we're proposing trees on the south side of the easement. We haven't decided what, but we may be looking at either a cork oak or your Quercus lobata, grasses down that side. The street trees that would happen in front of the house may be medium-sized trees, the Chinese pistache or Acer truncatum, Arbutus marinas, or the Magnolia solangiana would be a large shrub that would help screen down the sides of the garage where we have garbage cans. Most of the other material is going to be low water usage, grasses, Gara, salvias, plants in that. The shade areas will use some sarcococa or some geraniums. Hedging material, there's some areas where some of the downstairs rooms look across to the neighbor's house. We'll probably use a Portuguese laurel as a screening hedge, along with some strategically placed smaller trees. The gravel areas in the back will be an extension of their living spaces and give them some room for table, chairs, fire pits. We are proposing a fire pit in the back on lot 1, and lot 1 would have some lawn around the pool. At this point, we're not proposing any lawn around any of the other buildings. The trees along the bike path will all stay at this point, would be cleaned up. And towards the end where there are no existing trees, we would add a couple more down at that end. There would be a fence along that line of the back, along the whole property line, along the bike path. And the gravel will be something like a Lodi chip or similar pea gravel, something like that. There are entryways to each unit. Some go out to the drive, and others are coming right off of the parking spaces or the driveway. And I think this will be very nice, and it would appreciate your comments and when we formally submit for the January commission meeting.
I just, with respect to landscaping, I had two questions. One, what is the surface of the actual private driveway? Is that asphalt or pavers?
Asphalt.
Asphalt? Okay, and the other question has to do with fencing.
No decision on the fencing yet. We'd love your feedback on it.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Other questions?
Yeah. Just picking up on your comment about all the trees along the bike path, I know that the arborist report had talked about the Italian stone pine. I believe it was said that due to its eventual large mature size, I would strongly support that you keep it and not remove it, given its context and more of a just sheer size.
Okay.
My only comment.
Seeing no other comments, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
If anyone else from the public would care to speak on this item, you're welcome to step forward now.
Chair Felder, before I begin, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
I've tried to edit my remarks as much as I can, but could I be given an additional 30 seconds, half a minute on this?
Try to squeeze it in.
Okay. My name is Jim Bohar. I live at 299 First Street West, several hundred square feet down from the project. This could be a fine project in my neighborhood as it moves through a rigorous evaluation process. We had a second neighborhood meeting, 5 attendees on November 28th. Discussion included site plan, architecture, exterior details, finish. There was discussion about having some local architectural advice. Several of these requests were included in this new plan that we're looking at tonight. Omissions from the plan included site plan charm improvements, deep overhangs on the roofs. I must say that I'm not a landscape architect, but the landscaping looked promising tonight. Also, there wasn't, in my opinion, there wasn't substantial changes in the building massing took place. To address these issues, I suggest the Planning Commission apply the Downtown Historic Preservation Design Guidelines published in March. The then Planning Director Goodison suggested that these guidelines could be used in adjacent nearby areas, and in fact, the current project is covered in these guidelines by being part of Sub-Area 2 and the historic overlay. Can you show picture number 1, please? The Hatchery Lane project on Spain. No, the last one. No, got it. Okay. Sorry, I don't have this graphic, but we were looking at the Hatchery Lane project on West Main Street as a maybe a metaphor for this. It was thought that the having that driveway straight down from the street to the west created kind of a rigidity and a sterileness in lining up the building in a straight line on the driveway to get maximum density. This plan may be suitable back on Spain Street, but we don't think it's appropriate in the historic district. We think there should be more randomness to the building locations. The guidelines suggest that varying setbacks and building placement add to the charm and interest of new construction. Project engineer Chad Moll, that was at the meeting we had, perceived difficulty in getting exceptions that would allow a new configuration. Perhaps you, the commission, would consider getting a better plan in return for some exceptions. Architectural design. The downtown guideline states changes in the sub-area 2 should be considered based on their specific location and proximity to historic resources. There are 8 or 9 in this case. In order to reinforce the historic character and support the context-sensitive sub-area, particular attention should be paid to First Street West. That's a quote. Can you show the...
You're just about out of time, Jim.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Anyone else from the public?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm Michael Woods. I'm an attorney with my office at 846 Broadway here in Sonoma. I represent the Tarantino Trust, which is the owner of the property immediately to the south. Just a couple of comments in response to Commissioner McDonald's questions. We appreciate your initial questions. The reciprocal driveway easement and road maintenance agreement has not been completed yet. The version that's in your Planning Commission packets was the first draft, and we've had some interchange with the attorney for the applicant regarding revisions to that. We also agree, as Mr. Storr indicated, that that agreement should be completed by the time the commission takes action. Many of our concerns as neighbors are being addressed in that agreement, and I think we're in accord with the applicant on those issues. And if they're addressed in that agreement, then we don't need to come back to you looking for conditions of approval that would be very specific to our property, such as making sure we get openings from the driveway to our facilities where we need them, those kinds of things. The other question you raised, Commissioner, was regarding drainage from the driveway. I would also appreciate hearing from Chad on the answer to that. I think I know the answer, that the drainage would be contained within the driveway and wouldn't be going onto the Tarantino property, but it would be good to have that indicated for the record. The applicant indicated this evening she would send us a copy of the landscaping clip plan for review, which we also appreciate. We had talked previously about having a 2-foot landscaping strip along the southern side of the driveway, which we like to see, and it looks like the applicant wants to see that as well. And then at the very western end of the easement for the driveway, it's shown as landscaped now instead of paved, and we also agree with that. We think that'll avoid people trying to park within the easement at that western end of the driveway. So in terms of the landscaping, we also like the way it's shown for taking care of the mature landscaping to the north of the site. And we were interested in seeing some screening trees along the driveway area in order to provide a buffer between the property to the south and the new homes. So it looks like the landscaping plan is headed in that direction. A couple of other items that we'll expect to see include the applicant removing the existing driveway that's on the Tarantino property. Right now, a large portion of the driveway that serves both properties is outside the easement area. The new driveway within the 20-foot existing easement and the 4-foot new easement will serve both properties. So that's why there's a need for accord and coordination regarding the roadway agreement and maintenance issues. So that's all we have. We look forward to working with the applicant to finalize that agreement by the time it comes back to you. Be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if it would be your pleasure, I would perhaps ask the applicant about the question on drainage that Commissioner McDonald.
Yes. Are you going to approach that? Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Felder, Commissioners. So a question was raised about drainage and releasing over to the Tarantino property. We definitely do not intend on drainage from the driveway releasing onto their property. Initial drainage concepts would be, we'll take the roadway will be pitched back towards our project. So drainage from the curb, which would be the high point, would come back to a gutter along our driveway entrances. And we will have, in the conditions of approval, our drainage is going to have to be designed to meet stormwater requirements, which handle, taking water from the proposed project and infiltrating it into the ground, treating the water, holding it onto the site, storing the difference for design storm events. So on record, yeah, we are not intending to release any drainage from the driveway or our project onto the neighboring parcels.
So you intend to retain all the water on site or put it in a retention?
Within the SUSUM and BASMA requirements.
Right.
Since I've got you up here, in just coordinating with the landscape architect, the landscape plan looks really nice, and also we're protecting most of those trees along the pathway. So I was just wondering, when we get to the next iteration and set of plans, where the drainage swales to catch water, let them hold and go into your systems. So I've seen systems where the catch basins are in the landscape, side yards, backyards, close to trees, and then there's a box in the front yard where the water goes and is held. I mean, what sort of systems have you thought about, and have you coordinated those with the landscape plan?
We're in the process of coordination of that. The concepts of stormwater treatment will include bioretention planters in the generous side yards or backyards. There will be dotted small planters which will accept roof runoff from the patios and infiltrate it. There will be many smaller bioretention planters so that it won't be large, big basins. It'll spread it out throughout the site. The landscape material will comply with the BASMA requirements, and that will be coordinated. On our next version that comes to you, I will have the actual outline of the stormwater features laid out for you and coordinated with the landscape plan so you can see the overlap. The biggest stormwater treatment will be from the driveway. And so, but there are subsurface treatment features that I've done on numerous projects around where and that meet the BASMA requirements, that we will bring drainage to the gutter. There's pervious gutter types that, and then infiltration basins underneath the driveway, so we can kind of minimize the visual impacts of those, stormwater features.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public here to speak? I'll bring it back to the commission. Does the commission have any other guidance you want to give the applicant?
I have a question for Allegra. You mentioned that you wanted it to be a PUD, and that was rejected, correct?
If you would approach the podium.
That's correct. We had been in discussions with David Goodison, again, since January 2017, proposed multiple variations of the site plan. I think at one point, I can share those versions with you during the next meeting if that's helpful, but asking for a number of different exceptions with regard to setbacks. And Chad, do you want to talk a little bit more about the specific one that we...
Well, just back to your question on the PUD. And so that was an initial concept that we looked at, looking at a denser project, looking up at how we could get up to the 7 units, would require, exceptions on setbacks, property size, would essentially create a PD. And so, but initial feedback from Mr. Goodison and Mr. Yesland at the time was that there had been a number of PUDs approved by the city, and that the general consensus was that the previous planning commission was getting tired of those type of really, really, really dense projects asking for lots of concessions, and that it would be better for our project to comply with the actual zoning guidelines.
Okay, so Allegra, thank you. So each unit, each lot is going to be privately owned, or is it going to be a homeowner's?
Privately owned, correct.
Okay, so each lot will be maintained by the owner
By the
themselves?
owner, correct. Mhm.
Okay. So will there be any landscaping guidelines? I mean, are you going to outsource the landscaping?
I think we're still evaluating sort of process around that, but CCNRs are sometimes something that we can look into, and I think probably will help with road maintenance and overall landscaping to make sure that it's taken care of.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the commission in terms of further guidance?
I just have, I think that it's clear to me that the applicants have done a lot of work in terms of putting thought into this project. From my perspective, the devil's always in the details. And certainly in this particular project, I think landscaping is going to be a very important component of it. Landscaping, color, materials, and those are the things that I presume you're coming back with in January, because I think those are important for us to see in terms of approving a project that ultimately we'll actually see get built. I came on the Planning Commission in January of this year, and I haven't seen a project that's been built that we have approved or not approved, okay, or been appealed or anything else, okay? All I've seen is former projects, and it's hard for me to imagine that as a Planning Commission that I was not a part of, but many of us sitting here were, that's what they thought they were approving. So I'm hopeful that what we see is what we get. That's all I have to say.
Oh, is this the time to provide feedback to staff and the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, so, well, the first thing I wanted to do is to thank you for coming back this month with more details and a refinement of the project. So this has been very helpful. And I also support the director's position in bundling this and these particular sensitive projects in the historic district, that we take a more comprehensive look as a commission, looking at the architecture, looking at the things that normally would be handled by the design review. So I just to let you know that I support that, and I think our commission does too. We have a lot of information right now, and I'd like to provide some helpful feedback. One thing that we were talking about are CCNRs, and I know that eventually that would be or could be a condition of approval. And I really would like the applicant to really think a little bit more about creating and working with staff on crafting CCNRs or language that CCNR should address, and that would be maintaining mature trees that are supposed to be retained on site as part of conditions of approval, handling and maintaining these drainage areas that individually could be handled on site, but there needs to be a collective responsibility for them to successfully work and to operate. And then also fencing, and I don't know what my other fellow commissioners feel about fencing. If you go and take a look at General Vallejo's property, you look at some of the planned developments immediately adjacent to the development, and you look at the depot, and you look at some of the homes right behind us here, there's a hodgepodge of fencing. There's fencing that is completely open, like just metal fencing, but it's completely see-through, to wood slats that are 3 feet, 4 feet, 6 feet. But one thing that is consistent is that you really don't see any real solid 8-foot fences walling in, so to speak, yards. It seems to me that the community design consensus has been open it up to this beautiful open space, don't wall it in. And so I don't know what my other commissioners feel, but I'd like to see fencing, and I'd like to see it as open as possible, as inviting as possible, and I really want this subdivision to interact with the community, not be walled off from it. So that hopefully that gives you some ideas, like at least what I'd like to see. And then also there was mention of the driveways being asphalt, and I don't know if there would be any benefit to looking at different materials, paver stones, things that are more not impervious, but that would accept drainage and complement whatever sort of drainage plan that you do put in place to retain water on site. I also, my feedback, particularly relating to parcel 4, lot 4, I'm not really quite clear why there's such a large apron for parcel 4. I'm assuming it might be for emergency vehicle access or turnaround, and I understand that. But I'd also like to see, when we have large sections of area that have that much paving, to look at things other than concrete, to look at paving stones. It looks to me that if the gray area is asphalt, that means the asphalt would be going all the way up to the proposed garage on parcel 4. And I know that our commission has approved things other than asphalt for emergency vehicles, so that are pervious. So I'd like to see some more creativity. I'm on the fence as to whether or not I would allow that open parking space along parcel 4 along the side yard. I almost would maybe want to talk to the commission. I think that parcel 4 could satisfy its parking requirements with a tandem configuration, where the required parking, we could approve some sort of a tandem configuration to eliminate that that paved area and green Liam Lane up more. I'd like to see if we can maybe come to some sort of agreement and try to see if we can eliminate that paving. I think it would improve the site planning and provide more open space which is essentially a lot for 2 families. So then I would like to see just a finality of the maintenance for Liam Lane, and I'd like to understand a little bit more about this as a private driveway versus a private road. my impression by talking to staff is that this is a private driveway, but it's being called Liam Lane, which suggests to me that it's actually a private road. And if the addresses are all on First Street West, I understand it as a private driveway, but I have a suspicion that all the driveway addresses are going to be Liam Lane. So I'd really like maybe some clarification from staff. When does a private driveway, which most of us have on our own properties, become a private road? And I know that the code's not clear, but you can't call it both. You can't call it Liam Lane and then a private driveway. So we have to kind of understand that, because there is a development potential next door. And so do we want 7 or 8 lots served by a driveway? Or when does it become a private road where we can design it and condition it so it is a true, proper private road? So anyway, those are my comments.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll go. Not too much, but I want to reinforce Commissioner McDonald's point about the fencing, and put in a strong encouragement to keep it open, to do the privacy using landscape materials and so forth, but to create a more natural look, and so it really integrates, particularly with the Vallejo open space, but also the bike path, so that people don't feel like they're in a little tunnel then when they go through there. So I think hog wire or that type of fencing material would be like an ideal choice, so you don't have that sense of a wall. But otherwise, I'm quite happy. I think the issue, because it appears to me that the reason for that apron is because that is the turnaround, so you probably can't get around that from a safety perspective. But I think in terms of, thought the reorientation on parcel 4 made a significant difference when you look at the photo simulations of how that appears, and so I think you're definitely headed in the right direction.
You go.
I'm not intending to add confusion to the architectural style, and I may be the lone voice up here, but I would strongly encourage a revisit of all the exterior materials, and that they don't, in my opinion, don't necessarily have to be the same, all horizontal siding. Part of it is that I think even though it is going to be all built at once, with some change in exterior materials, it almost implies that they may have happened at a different time. And in that kind of historic context, I think, in my opinion, I would think that would be a little bit more authentic, rather than having something expressed as a subdivision that could be anywhere. So.
Thank you. I want to thank the applicant. I think that was a very impressive presentation. I also want to thank Christina. I thought that was great staff presentation as well. I want to echo a lot of what Commissioner McDonald and Cribb have had to say, especially with regard to fencing. I think Commissioner Wellender's idea about different materials are interesting, and perhaps at the next meeting there could be options. So we could potentially just decide then instead of pushing it out further. Although I'm not a huge fan of the stucco chimneys, but that's just me. I like to try to keep the use of stucco to a minimum there. I do have further questions about what Commissioner McDonald brought up in terms of the address. Is this a First Street address or is this Liam Lane? I mean, I think we need to know that. Because if it's Liam Lane, I'm not a huge fan of that. I don't know if that fits in with the area, but open to discussion. And I don't even know if we have the authority to discuss that. But when it comes to, so I think the biggest, at least concern for me from a design perspective, and again, I think Lot 4 really made huge advances. I really like the way the front of it interfaces with the street. I'm interested to see how the rest of the commission thinks about that second story element in the back. I mean, I'm okay, obviously, with the second story element. It just, perhaps there could be some tweaks. I think a lot of it just has to do with the fact we're fitting a duplex on this lot. And, that brings up a question. I don't know if you're required to have a duplex, if you're required to have a minimum of 5 units. I mean, I know you are, but is that an exception that can be requested? I mean, could they have 4 single-family homes here? And I don't know if that's something they want, but I think in this particular environment, as long as the applicant is open to it, is that an exception that the Planning Commission could grant? I guess that's a question.
Well, if you're asking,
Yeah,
I'll try
I'm
to
looking toward,
answer
yeah.
it. So the medium density residential zone has that minimum
Right.
density of 5 units here. So we would have to look in
No, I know,
the
but
development code and see if there's any way
Right.
to for the Planning Commission to approve any type of exceptions to that.
And I think that's one of the things that the creation of a PUD is, or a PD, where you allow for variations in that.
Well, lot 4, I mean, first of all, lots 1 through 3, I think all look great, but in terms of how the public is going to interact with this project is really going to be lot 4. And, because of its orientation and because the side goes to the bike path, and I mean, there are just some very unique idiosyncrasies with lot 4, I think, in terms of our input and our design input and our site plan input, we should probably focus most on lot 4, and I think it's really improved. I'm not opposed to lot 4, but I again think there are some issues there that just are a result of trying to fit a duplex into the lot, and I would raise that question if they would the Planning Commission. Again, I don't even know if they're open to it, but if that were to be allowed, if you could grant that exception, I would certainly be open to that.
Okay, could I just ask a question about, oh my God, there's 2 parts to it. One has to do with the duplex parking, and whether or not staff would be requiring condition that, since it's a duplex, to designate parking that has to be deeded and part of a CC&R. So that was one question, because you're bringing this up as a duplex versus a single-family home. So this is kind of unique because we have shared parking. But the second thing has to do with your discussion about tweaking the design, and since this is in the historic overlay, do projects require an architectural review? I know we've required this of so many projects in the historic district, but they've all been changes to historic buildings or additions onto historic properties. And this is unique because it really has a house that's not historic. But I don't know if staff has in the past talked to the applicant whether or not, there was a need for some sort of peer review of the bulk of the buildings and how that relates to First Street West. Just throwing that out.
I think that was done
already.
Yeah.
It's one. There are 3 historic evaluations now for the site.
Oh, not evaluations of this design.
Correct. So the design has been evaluated. I think the first report was looking at direct impacts, and there are now 2 subsequent reports looking at the design and the conformance with the Secretary of the Interior standards. One of the attachments in the staff report is an updated report.
Okay, so that updated report would
It's probably on page 800 through 2000 of the staff report.
So okay, thank you.
Don't we have to satisfy the a minimum for affordable housing? And isn't that why the duplex is there? Probably. Yeah. And then I just want to make another comment. I live on the bike path. I'm in those cottages. I have a little front porch. We've got a 3-foot fence, picket fence, and hedges. And it's just enough privacy. I can sit on my front porch. And there's not a lot of privacy. I hear everything that goes on the bike path, every conversation, so be careful. But it's I feel like I'm private, but it's a long drive, and we're First Street East. all 10 of us. So we have the address, First Street East. So there, I'm sure that there's something in place for that.
I believe the affordable requirement kicks in at 5 units, right? So if you had 4 units, you wouldn't require an affordable unit. Correct.
Yeah, they are providing 20%, but you're correct. Yeah.
I guess I would just kind of go against Commissioner Barnett. We need housing so badly that I don't like to think of eliminating a unit. And I think they've made a significant improvement to what they put on Lot 4. So I would be certainly willing to take what they've produced on that property. In general, I agree with most of the comments. I think most of the things that the other commissioners have said, they have echoed my feelings on this. And I just want to thank the applicants for being so responsive to things that we've said here. I realize that sometimes we're not as clear as we should be, and perhaps we change our mind more often than we should. But I think we have a much better project now than we had a year or two years ago. And so I'm really looking forward to a final submittal. I think you're very, very close, and I anticipate that we can make it work. So I'm not going to get the last word, obviously. Go ahead.
I just wanted to go back and in looking at lot number 4, where that third parking space is, and given its visual orientation from First Street West, I would like to challenge the design team to be pretty creative on having the site look down the road without looking at either the back end of a car or the front end of the car. I think if the diagram of C1 is showing correctly, the hammerhead does not include that parked space. So maybe one could entertain some differences of material, or certainly in that landscape, that 15-foot zone between the drive and the house. Because I think also with whoever buys the attached portion of lot number 4, it'd be nice for them to look out to something other than just a parked car. So I would encourage and welcome some additional thinking on that.
Can the applicant actually apply for a parking exception? I don't even think there would need to be a parking exception if that was eliminated. You could still use the driveway as, I mean, if we allowed for tandem parking as an exception, the exception would be tandem parking. And I don't know if the commission would be interested in allowing for that, if they wanted to use that as an option to soften the front of the unit behind the duplex.
So the code says 1 space per single family and 1.5 per duplex?
Correct. Yeah, so the duplex unit would be required to provide 3 total spaces.
Right, so if we required 2 spaces for the duplex, that would still be similar to the single family, right?
Yeah, you could have the 2 garage spaces and then a driveway space. And so obviously the one that was parked in front of one of the driveways covered spaces would be tandem. And we've approved so many tandem parking configurations and developments in the last year. I can't imagine why we couldn't do that here.
If you required the 3rd space?
Yeah. Well, I think we would, because the duplex requires 1.5.
Well, no, I'm saying we could make an exception.
Oh, we can make an exception,
right.
Yeah.
I certainly would be open to that.
If I can just take a shot at the question, I don't know that the city has the ability to require an applicant to submit an application. That's the only concern I have. But to the extent that you can place a condition of approval on the map, that's where you would get that discretion.
I'm not in favor of tandem parking for multiple units. If it's the same family unit, if it's the same family unit, you've got 2 units here. And if it's the same family unit, fine, I agree with tandem. But when you've got multiple tenants, I don't, because what happens if somebody has to get up early, somebody has to go to work, they got to get up and go get that person to go move the car? I think it's a hassle, and I don't agree with it.
Yeah, actually, in this situation, it's ideal because you have two families, you've got 3 parking spaces, and 2 of the parking spaces would go to the duplex, and those would be tandem to one family, and then you'd have 1 parking space for the single-family home. And there wouldn't be any car parked in front of that. So we've approved single-family homes with tandem parking spaces. So I can't imagine why we wouldn't approve one of the 2 units with the tandem arrangement that they're in control of the space. I totally get it where you got apartments and there's tandem, or there's tandem in a commercial development, but this is an ideal situation, I think, where, we're not putting anybody out.
But all of this is to say, I think we all have an issue with that parking space that Commissioner
I think
Wellman
that's why
pointed
we're
out.
we're
Yes,
discussing
which I
this.
agree
So.
with. Right. I would also encourage the applicant, because again, I think we're very close, and I think we're all very happy with where this project's going. But I thought a member of the public had a good idea. Even though this isn't in the downtown design district, I would encourage you just to look at those as you're sort of putting together your final design and tweaks, et cetera. I think there's a lot of good information there, and I know Wendy and all of us spent a lot of time on those downtown design guidelines, and since it's literally, I think, half a block away, the boundary, I think it could provide a lot of, advice. So.
And just to conclude with the discussion about materials that Commissioner Wellender talked about, and I guess this is where I was like not completely clear when I talk about architectural review. When if we could have the person that did the consultation for this project to look at those options, I guess that's what I really meant, is that if we could have somebody, an architectural or historical consultant, work with you on any sort of facade options, like horizontal versus vertical, wood slats and stucco fireplace versus wood. That, I guess that's where I was going at, not just has it happened. It's like, if we make these changes, would we have somebody to say these are good changes? And
Yeah, I think
that's what I meant.
That's happened. My understanding is that's happened all along, but I'll make sure that is
The final,
I'll work with the
yeah.
applicant to make
Okay.
sure we provide you with some of that information.
Carol, did you have something?
Yes, I just had a brief comment, and I support Commissioner Wellender from a standpoint of his observation that what we really need to do is see this project, okay, which I think you put a lot of thought and energy into, there's no question about it, but to see it so that it looks like it's not just cookie cutter, and that it's something where each structure looks like it might have been built in a different era. That's what I think Sonoma's all about, and that's my only comment.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just for a point of clarification, Commissioner Wallander and I had a discussion probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago about landscaping and irrigation, and when the design review and Historic Preservation Commission review that level of detail. And so I'd kind of look to those that have been on that body, and also to give us some direction as to whether you want the level of detail of an irrigation plan, for example. I mean, that'll be the type of thing that could come back along with some of these other things that you're talking about. So I'd like to receive some feedback if that's possible.
I'll be happy to express my thoughts again. I think it is inappropriate to ask an applicant to design an irrigation system for a planting design that has not been approved. I think that doesn't make sense. I think the state requirement for water efficient systems can be best addressed at the building permit process, so that the irrigation design that meets what is called the wool calls be part of the submittal package to the building department for the actual permit. It just it seems like you're pushing the cart before the horse. Again, the focus should be on the planting design. And the designer needs to be aware of the state mandates as far as coming up with something that will meet the water efficient standards. The burden's on the designer, but I don't think it's appropriate. Yes, I can interpret an irrigation design backwards and forwards and upside down, but that's not my role here. It's much more appropriate to have it come as part of the building permit submittal.
You sparked a different part of this review process that we used to look at as part of the design review commission. I think some of us were on it. And one of the challenges that the landscape architect and the civil engineer are going to have is fire suppression, where the fire standpipe is going to be for fire, where the water comes in and gets routed to the development, where the PG&E boxes and vaults are going to be, where the mailbox for the 4 houses are going to be. And I really, I don't know. It's so difficult to coordinate that, but it would be a real shame if all that stuff ended up on lot 4 right along First Street West. So what we end up is with a front yard full of public utilities and vaults and covers and big pipes and not a beautiful house with a porch. So maybe between now and January we might get a little bit more information about that. I know it's like almost impossible to design between now and then. I mean, you really have to work with the agencies on that, but usually it's too late. So usually, when you're at the building permit stage, the PG&E comes in and the water agency comes in and they say, we don't care about design review. This is going to go here and that's it. It's going to go right in the entrance of the house, or it's going to has to be, like right next to the sidewalk. And so anyway, some thought about that between now and January might be helpful. And I know we've got a great civil engineer working on your project. He might be able to help us think through that. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can just respond. So for clarity for staff, that would be the post indicator valve, the fire department connection, and also the transformer serving the residential units, I think. Is that correct?
Yeah, for the most part, yes.
Okay. So it sounds like I know that some of those things have to be above ground. And so the question then is, how do we screen those? And I think that comes to the landscaping components, and I think that would be helpful.
I think we're pretty well given direction, hopefully enough direction, so I think we'll wind this one up. So that will conclude item 8.1.
Mr. Chair, if you can continue that to January the 10th.
Oh, yes, we do have to continue.
Actually need a
Don't we?
motion and
Sorry.
a second to that.
We need a motion for that.
And then I would suggest a break.
Sorry.
I move that we continue this item to January 10th, 2019.
Do we have a second?
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? No, no opposal, so no opposition, so it carries 7-0. We will continue the item. Thank you. I will take a 5-minute recess. Can I call the meeting back to order, please? Commissioner Wellender? Moving right along to public hearing 8.2, application for vesting tentative subdivision map at 853 4th Street West. And may we have the staff report, please, Christina?
Absolutely. Do I win the prize for the biggest one ever? No?
No.
Just the most attachments?
That won't be a prize.
All right. Oops. So we are here to talk about Mockingbird Lane, which is a vesting tentative subdivision map at 853 4th Street West. Two assessors parcels, 018392001 and 045, commonly known as the hospital parcel that we've all driven by many, many times over our lives and has been vacant for a long time. All right, we're right along West MacArthur. And here's the assessor's parcel map for your reference. The project fronts both Hayes Street and 4th Street West and is bordered by MacArthur Street to the south. These are some pictures that the applicant has provided about the project site and some of the existing houses in the neighborhood, just to give you some context. The development standards that are applicable to the project are summarized below. We're located in the Central West planning area. The zoning is residential Sonoma. The allowed density is 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre. We have a 5,000 square foot minimum lot size, and there are no established minimum lot dimensions. We have a 20-foot front setback, a 20-foot rear setback, and the side setbacks are as approved by the Planning Commission with a minimum of 3 feet. And design review will take place on this project at a later date. There's a condition of approval that were circulated late this afternoon. Apologies for the delay. That would require design review to come back for approval of the Planning Commission. The proposed project, is, as I mentioned, is a vesting tentative subdivision map. The total parcel is 4.87 acres, and it would be divided into 18 legal lots of record plus a remainder parcel. There's also a 1.33 acre dedication for the Sonoma Valley Hospital parking that's there currently and would continue to be utilized for that purpose. And there would be a 0.7 acre portion that would be dedicated for the right-of-way. So the total area for development is 7.28 acres, and that is what would be developed into the 18 lots. And those lots would support 16 single-family residences, 2 duplex units for a total of 4 duplex units, I guess, and 12 accessory dwelling units that are detached and would be accessed from the rear of the property. The architecture style is the Sonoma California Craftsman architecture vernacular, and there's overall the applicant has provided a unified theme with various plans to prevent it from looking sort of cookie cutter. So there are 6 total plans with 4 different color schemes and different options for all the different plans, 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms, and bonus rooms, things like that. And the ADUs and the garage elevations will follow the architecture of the homes. This is just more of an illustrative site plan, just to give you an orientation. The tentative map doesn't actually show up very well on the projector, so I thought this was a little more illustrative for the commission and the members of the public. So the lots are numbered 1 through 18. So if you're looking at the screen, the top left is lot 1, and proceeding to the right, there's 2, 3, 4, and so on. Lots 9 and 10 on the far right are the duplex units. And then we proceed then to the left, 11 through 18. This is the street scenes that were provided in the site plans to give you an overview of what the architectural style is being proposed. And again, that would be subject to design review at a later date. This is a quick overview of the tentative map, and again, apologies for the quality on the screen, but just wanted to make sure we included it. So there are 6 plans. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 3X, 4, and 5. Plan 1 is the duplex building on lots 9 and 10?
Yes.
They're 26 feet tall, two-story residences. Each one is 1,300 square feet. So each duplex would be a total of 2,610 square feet. They're both 3-bed, 2-bath, and there are a detached garage and carports that are accessed from that back alley to serve the duplexes. Plan 2 is a 2-story single-family residence, about 1,800 square feet, 30 feet tall, 3-bed, 2.5-bath. Be served with a detached garage and parking from the back alley with no ADU. Plan 3 is a 2-story single-family residence with an attached tandem garage, 1,900 square feet, 28 feet tall, and the attached garage is 431 square feet. The plan is 3-bed, 3-bath. And there would be a detached 560 square foot single story ADU. And within that detached structure, there's a garage space, and the total is 226 square feet. Plan 3X is similar to Plan 3 with some slight variations. 2-story single family residence with an attached garage, a little bit bigger, 21,095 square feet, 28 feet tall with the 431 square foot garage. It's 3-bed, 3-bath. Again, the tandem pass-through garage and a detached 460 square foot, a single-story ADU with 226 square feet of garage. Plan 4 is a 2-story, 2,000 square feet, 28.5 feet tall, 3-bed, 2.5-bath with a detached garage and ADU. And Plan 5 is a 2-story, single-family, 2,700 square feet, 28 feet tall, and it's a 4-bed, 3-bath. This has the detached 439 square foot garage and ADU. This is really more informational to demonstrate all of the schematics of the lot sizes. So we have lots 1 through 18, whether it's a single family with the garage for the primary unit, or and the specifics of the ADUs and the detached units. Access to the site is from both 4th Street and Hayes. Preliminary feedback from the community indicated that there was really a desire for there to be as minimal cars coming in and out of Hayes and 4th as possible. So the design that was submitted includes private streets in the interior of the lots. So there would be really just sort of one in and one out from Hayes and 4th Street instead of each unit having ingress and egress off of those streets. The garages and ADUs would be accessed from this internal network. So from Hayes and 4th Street, you would turn into the internal network and then park in the garages in the back. And pedestrian access would be from 4th Street and Hayes, and also West MacArthur as well. There are a total of 40 parking spaces proposed inside the garages, 4 covered spaces in carports, and 24 on-site parking spaces. Guest parking is inside and in front of the new garages, and we're not counting any. There's additional parking off-site, but we're not looking at that today. The utilities would all be public utilities, and the garbage service would be through the internal network, not from Hayes or 4th Street. As mentioned earlier, the total site is 4.78 acres, but what we're talking about up for development right now is 2.78 acres. The remainder would be dedicated for parking for the hospital and for the right-of-way. The allowed density is 3 to 8 acres, and based on that 2.78 acre site, there is a maximum allowed density of 22 maximum units. So the project is proposing 16 single-family residential units, 2 duplexes for 4 units total, and 12 accessory dwelling units, and those are exempt from the density calculations. This table is really just demonstrating compliance with the general plan's intensity standards. The maximum height for the for the general plan designation is 35 feet, and all of the units would be well within that maximum height limit. The FAR requirement is 0.35, and all of the units would be below that. The coverage is as a maximum of 40%, and again, all of the lots would be below the maximum coverage. All of the proposed lots would also comply with the zoning. This is a table for the primary unit, so we looked at the primary unit and the accessory unit separately to ensure they both complied with the code. So the maximum height for the zoning is 30 feet. And again, the project complies with the requirements for zoning requirements for height. The minimum lot size of 5,000. All the units are above that. The 20-foot front setback is being met. And there's a range of side setbacks being proposed. All exceed the minimum of 3 feet. The 20-foot rear setback is being met with the exceptions of the garages encroaching into that rear setback. Again, the FAR and coverage are within the allowable limits. So just a table demonstrating the compliance with the parking standards. On average, there are 3.78 parking spaces per lot. The project also meets all of the inclusionary housing requirements. This development contains 5 or more units and therefore must provide at least 20% affordable housing. The project proposes for the 4 duplex units to be identified as below market units, and that's indicated on the map. As required by the code, 2 of the units would be for low and 2 of the units would be for moderate income levels. And the applicants are working with the Housing Trust of Sonoma County to be a liaison between the city to find qualified buyers. Before you are the conditions of approval for the tentative map. Again, there's a condition of approval that you got late this afternoon that would require design review to come back to the Planning Commission. So before you, and at the Commission's discretion tonight, is approval of the vesting tentative subdivision map. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Christine. Just for clarification, with the large amount of information that was provided in the packet, there were, I think I was talking with you earlier, there were some things in there that were required to make sure that we were exempt from CEQA or some of the, so that's the reason that we have all of that stuff in the material.
Correct.
And the conclusion that staff has reached is that we are exempt.
Correct, yeah, that we've qualified for the infill exemption. The applicant provided numerous documents to demonstrate compliance with CEQA and that there would be no impacts. We have an air analysis evaluating potential impacts from construction and operation of the site. We have a noise study evaluating impacts from construction and operation of the site. We have a phase 1 looking at hazardous materials. We have only 1 tree that would need to be removed, which is pretty remarkable. And what else do we have? We have a bio report. We have a traffic report. So I know that some people had trouble downloading the phase 1 in particular. I think is about that thick. So my apologies for the difficulty with that. But it's a very important component of the project is the CEQA exemption, and I wanted to make sure that you had it at your disposal to understand the length and depth of the studies that have been conducted to support that exemption.
So does that effectively say that there's no initial study required and
correct,
and no EIR required?
Yeah, this particular exemption is relatively new when you look at it in terms of CEQA over the years. Typically, you'll have a subdivision that would get an exemption. I think it's a 15315 minor land divisions, which is a very typical one. But with this particular exemption that we found, it is relating to infill sites. And that was Christina's job and the applicant's job to demonstrate to your commission that all of those boxes have been checked for that classification of that particular exemption.
And the exemption specifically states that the project can't have significant impacts to air, noise, traffic, and so we require technical studies to document that. We weren't comfortable just, waving that off.
So, in approving a tentative map, are we required to pass judgment on those other studies then?
You would need to agree with the CEQA finding that the project falls within the requirements of the exemption. The exemption basically states that the project site's less than 5 acres and we meet the zoning and general plan and that there would be no significant air quality, noise, or traffic impacts.
But we could still take a look at things like traffic when it comes back for project approval for a use permit, is that correct?
It won't be coming back for a use permit, it'll be design review. But those things can be looked at because those are tangential to the site design.
Okay.
But you can also look at them now. I mean, they're part of the record, and so you can certainly take a look at those reports to determine for yourselves that the categorical exemption is the part of the record that you agree with.
Okay. Other questions for staff?
It's inconceivable to me that this could be categorically exempt. And so you need to run that by me again as to how that could be the case.
Absolutely. Why don't I pull up the exemption language and I can walk you through it that way?
Mhm.
We can make this work. I'm a CEQA planner too, so you got the right person to answer the questions. All right. And as Director Storer mentioned, this is a relatively new exemption, and it goes along with the statewide issues with housing and trying to streamline infill development. $32. Right?
It's just not up here yet.
Oh.
Can we get back to you on that while we look at, make sure we can get it up on the overhead?
Oh, did I?
It's not up there
Okay. There we go. I'll just close it.
It's going to come up. I promise.
Ta-da. Can you read that? All right, so I'm just going to read you the language of the exemption. So section 15332 is for infill development projects. Class 32 consists of projects characterized as infill development meeting the conditions described in this section. A states, the project is consistent with the applicable general plan designation and all applicable general plan policies, as well as with applicable zoning, designations, and regulations. So this project is in compliance with the general plan's density, intensity, and all of the applicable plans. Our general plan looks at the urban growth boundary and is really trying to direct growth to happen within the city limits, not outside of it. Really trying to promote affordable housing, which this project does through the accessory dwelling units as well as with the duplex units. The proposed development occurs within the city limits and the site is no more than 5 acres and is substantially surrounded by urban uses. So the total project site is 4.78 acres. So we're within that. We are within the Sonoma city limits. And it's surrounded by residential uses by the hospital. There's the residential care facility to the south. The habitat has no value, the project site has no value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. One of the attachments for your consideration is a biological report that identifies that there's no habitat on site. It's a graveled, paved over lot. A lot of it's used for parking and is paved for that purpose. The project would only remove 1 tree. The next, we're down to D. Approval of the project would not result in any significant effects related to traffic, noise, air, or water quality. So the traffic report looked at traffic volumes on MacArthur and nearby streets and found that the project would have no significant, really, when you're looking at the 20 houses, the 20 new houses and the ADUs compared to the existing traffic volumes, it's pretty insignificant. When you're looking at noise, all the construction would comply with our noise ordinance, so there would be no construction noise impacts. Those really only happen if someone's operating outside of our rules and guidelines. And operation, we're talking about a pretty minor increase in noise. I believe, if I recall off the top of my head, it's maybe a maximum of 3 decibel increase over existing baseline. You know, we have a vacant 5-acre approximate site surrounded by single-family residences, the care facility. The volume of truck trips going back and forth on West MacArthur is going to be far noisier than the noise that's going to be generated by these new houses, and same with Fifth Street West. In our town, the main source of noise is really traffic, and those existing traffic volumes on those streets are going to be far higher than the noise that's going to be generated by the kids screaming in the backyard. the air quality, the screening levels for new developments for the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. It's several hundred homes being constructed, so we're well below that. I wasn't satisfied with that answer, so I asked the applicant to do project-specific air quality calculations to just dive in a little bit deeper, and those really clearly demonstrated that even if all these houses were constructed at the same time, which is pretty unlikely, all of it typically, you know, all the utilities go in and the houses aren't all gonna pop up at the same time, but looking at a worst case scenario, if they were, we're still well below the thresholds of significance for the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. And then water quality, there's no drainages on site, there's no wetlands, so there would be no impacts to riparian environments. We are going to be having a lot of new impervious surfaces, but they're going to be required to prepare a SWIP. They're going to have to go through all of our existing regulations during the building permit process and would therefore comply and not create significant impacts to water quality. And the final criteria E is that the site can be adequately served by all required utilities and public services. And we have reached out to PRMD for sewer, and they'd be served by City of Sonoma Water, and just, you know, all of the traditional City of Sonoma utilities would serve the site, fire, emergency services, etc. Does anybody have any questions about the tech studies that I can answer for you?
I had one question about not so much water quality, but drainage.
Mm-hmm.
And the parking lot, which the remainder parcel
Mm-hmm.
has significant issues with respect to drainage. And I remember going through the design review for that and requiring significant bioswales to make
Mm-hmm.
sure that water was retained. If you take a look at the vesting tentative map, the FEMA line is just right up against the project site. And so my main concern will be drainage, retention of water on site, and just looking at the vesting tentative map and the supporting documents of like the conceptual development of it. There's a significant amount of lot coverage, driveways, private driveways, accessory dwelling units that don't have to be counted, but in practicality, they have to, because you have to do a SWIP, you have to count the structures, and it's covering ground. So was there a drainage analysis, and was there some sort of conclusion that this density and this amount of impervious surface can be accommodated? You know, because we typically would require that as part of an environmental analysis, and so if we're not requiring it now, I'm just wondering when we're going to see that.
Sure. The civil engineers here tonight, so they might be better able to answer your questions than I am. I'm not a civil engineer.
But that was that I looked through and combed through all the information. Maybe I missed it, but I wasn't able to review that. I couldn't find that.
Tentative map, preliminary drainage, grading and drainage.
The analysis, okay, yeah. Well, we can talk about that.
We'll get that.
That would be my concern about exemption, is whether or not that satisfies.
And to answer that a little bit, I think I can, if you would like, I can pull up the actual criteria for water quality, if that would be helpful. But it's really about, you know, altering stream courses and things like that. We have a lot of, you know, policies and requirements in place about handling the stormwater. It's not quite what the CEQA criteria speak to.
So the definition by the state of California doesn't really look at flooding or drainage. That's not part of what they're concerned about.
Why don't I just. So
that baffles my mind.
Well,
that if you had a subdivision and a flood zone, that it could still be exempt from CEQA.
If you would, if the chair would like, if you want to give me a minute to pull up the CEQA Appendix G criteria, we could walk through the water impacts.
I think we should.
Do you want to have the civil speak for a moment to address Commissioner McDonald's concerns?
Don't get rid of this, though.
I'll introduce him. Hi, everyone. Well, my name's Trent Sanson here on behalf of DeNova Homes. Good to see you all this evening. Our civil engineer, Ryan Hansen, with Carlson, Barbie, and Gibson, Civil Engineers is here this evening. I'm sure he can help answer any of your questions or concerns to the drainage studies done for the tentative map.
Yeah. Hi, good evening.
Just for a matter of procedure, I've now opened the public comment.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can, excuse me,
Yeah.
this is part of the applicant's team, so this is Q&A with staff and with the
I
applicant.
understand, but
Okay.
I mean, since.
And
the-
we can
yeah,
defer this to another
it'll
time.
work.
I was just curious, because it's exempt. I just
I-
want to understand.
I have no problem with the order.
Okay.
Maybe not to speak specifically to the exemption, but maybe just an overview of the drainage as a whole, specific to the parking lot where the flood zone does creep into the north corner, if you will. We have taken into account there are many bioswales. They line the parking lot. There's curb cuts, and that facility will function as it is today. We don't intend to alter any of the drainage patterns on the parking lot itself. With regards to our sheet, or our project on sheet TM 3.0, sorry. The project itself is generally flat if anybody's had the chance to drive by. Storm drain line system in this area is also very shallow. And for the majority of our project, these lots, and we have taken into account the additional impervious surface from roofs, the additional driveways, obviously B Street and A Street. Everything essentially drains to the center of the project and then drains towards MacArthur. And that's where you're talking about the BASMA post-construction requirements. That's where you see our bioretention swales, if you will, that kind of serve as that buffer in West MacArthur. So the site from a stormwater design standpoint has taken into account all of those requirements and sized that bioretention facility as needed. And then our discharge will be to the West MacArthur storm drain system. So that's kind of a quick overview of our water quality / storm drainage system.
All right. Okay, back to you.
Back to me. All right. So let's go back to the language in the actual exemption. So the exemption states that approval of the project would not result in any significant effects related to, we talked about everything except for water quality. Okay. So then we're going to jump to the 2018 CEQA guidelines and look at the criteria for water quality. And that's going to help us basically go through the analysis of whether there's a potentially significant impact. So under hydrology and water quality, the first criteria states, would the project violate any water quality standards or waste discharge requirements? So the project is going to be required to prepare a SWIP, and during the building permit process, all of the drainage requirements are going to be met. It's a very ministerial process, and it doesn't require any additional review. So by going through that process, we're essentially determining that there is not a significant impact. B states, would the project substantially deplete groundwater supplies or interfere substantially with groundwater recharge such that there would be a net deficit in aquifer volume or lowering of a local groundwater table? So we're not proposing to use any wells. The project isn't sticking anything into the ground and sucking out the groundwater, so the project isn't going to be substantially depleting our groundwater supplies. The city of Sonoma does use groundwater for our drinking water, but this development has gotten there's adequate capacity. This level of development is within what was analyzed by the general plan and the general plan EIR, and which basically is told us as a city that the development that's being allowed with that general plan is acceptable. We're within all of that, so the project would not substantially deplete groundwater. C states, would the project substantially alter the existing drainage pattern of the site, including through the alteration of the course of a stream or river in a manner that would result in substantial erosion, siltation on or off site? So we have no streams, we have no rivers. Clearly there's going to be some grading. The site is largely flat, so the grading is extremely minimal. And while some of the, there might be some shifting and things like that to make sure that the site drains properly, it would not be a potentially significant impact. We're not moving a water course, we're not filling over a creek or anything like that. D, would the project substantially alter the existing drainage pattern of the site or the area, including through the alteration of the course of a stream or river, or substantially increase the rate or amount of surface runoff in a manner that would result in flooding on or off site? So again, no impacts to streams or rivers. We are increasing impervious surfaces. I will note that the internal roadways are made of pervious pavers, not impervious. So the applicants have made a good faith effort to reduce that as much as possible. And then all of our other requirements and guidelines are going to treat the runoff appropriately, and the applicant has designed the project to accommodate that level of runoff. All right, E. Would the project create or contribute runoff which would exceed the capacity of existing or planned stormwater drainages or provide substantial additional sources of polluted runoff? We have adequate capacity in our stormwater systems, and no additional upsizing it would be required. And with preparation of the SWIP, we're going to be in compliance with all of the regulations for that. F, would we otherwise pollute, substantially degrade water quality? This is a pretty typical residential development within our city limits. It's not going to substantially degrade water quality. Would the project place housing within a 100-year flood hazard area mapped by the federal flood hazard boundary or flood insurance rate map? The answer is no. Commissioner McDonald raised a point that there is a flood area to the north of the site. This proposed development is outside of that. Would the project expose people or structures to significant risk of loss, injury, or death involving flooding, including flooding as a result of a failure of a levee or dam? We have no levees or dams, and again, we have a really flat site, and building these houses is not going to put people in harm's way. And the final is, would the project result in inundation by situ, tsunami, or mud flow? We're so far away from the coast, and our nearest water body that would be affected by it is the bay, and there's no potential impact. We're outside of tsunami run-up zones. So everyone's concerns about runoff and looking at impervious surface are very valid. When you look at the CEQA checklist, I don't see any potentially significant impacts that would be associated with the project.
I have another thing, and I've tried to go through the conditions of approval as based for this tentative map, but I did not see language in there about requiring a water demand analysis or a water conservation plan. Are those in there? We have had some standard language that have gone into large projects in the past where we required water demand analysis to make sure that the project doesn't exceed our ability to supply water, and actually a will serve letter has to be given to them at the time they submit for building permit. I can provide you with that language.
That would be great.
While the chair is approaching staff, I will tell you another thing that I've learned in my few days here, and that is the ability to provide a standard set of conditions, and rather than having customized ones made on a per project basis. So we're going to be working on that so that we can help capture some of these that have been used in the past.
So I guess what I'm asking for is that we include these additional 2 conditions with this tentative map.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can we go back to the exemption language?
Mm-hmm.
So underneath it says discussion. This section is intended to promote infill development within urbanized areas. And I believe CEQA, the definition of an urbanized area is like a city of 50,000.
I think through the context of this exemption, they're looking at the city limits. So we're within the incorporated city limits.
Okay.
So under B, it says the proposed development occurs within city limits.
No, I know, but it doesn't CEQA have a definition for urbanized areas, which is...
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, well, can I read what it is? I mean,
Please, if you have it,
so
please.
CEQA, it's 15387, urbanized area. Urbanized area means a central city or a group of contiguous cities with a population of 50,000 or more. A lead agency shall determine whether a particular area meets the criteria in this section either by examining the area or referring to a map prepared by the U.S. Bureau of the Census. I'm just asking that, is the goal of this to streamline things in Sonoma or more urban areas? That's the question.
Yeah, this is a statewide exemption, and there's also a statutory exemption that supports this as well. My preference.
Well, I'm happy to be wrong.
Yeah.
I'm reading the definition of
believe-
urbanized area, and then
I believe yes. I think that this is kind of a classic project. We have a residentially zoned site. It's been specifically identified by our general plan as a housing opportunity site. So our general plan says build housing here. The hospital went out, did an RFP, selected a developer. The zoning code says build housing here, and they're coming forward and looking at it. Our general plan looked at build out through 2020. We're below our housing units that we've been giving out every year, so we're well within those overall limits of what was looked at the general plan level. Additionally, the project has already received their housing allocations, so we've already stated through that process that yes, we have these 20 units, we want them to be built here. So we have really multiple levels in our general plan and our housing, it's our housing element, our recent housing element that says that this spot in particular should be developed for housing.
If I can, Mr. Chair, to respond again.
Yes.
The key for me in my practice as a private land use kind of guy was the portion that Christina talked about where you see urban uses up in B, having gone through one of these projects with this particular exemption. And it also goes down to the discussion where it talks about benign infill projects, and that's why they have the cap of the 5 acres, because when you start to get bigger than that. And so when you have urban uses surrounding it on 3 sides, that would be a residential, as Christina talked about earlier. So that's my own experience.
I think you also have to look at the quality of the site that we're looking at. This is not habitat. If this was, a project that had heritage oak trees or, valley oaks or things like that were going to be taken out, I think that would be a different story. But we have one non-native tree that's going to be taken out. It's really rural, non-native vegetation. So to me, this is kind of the classic example of when you would want to use this.
I don't disagree. I just wanted to clarify
You
that.
just wanted to give me a pop quiz on the spot.
Yes, and you've done well. You've done well. Pass. My next question has to do with are ADUs not calculated in the FAR? Is that correct?
I'm looking at Wendy.
They're not, right?
I think they're exempt.
Yeah. But in lot coverage. In the lot coverage, do we include the road, like the driveway? We
Yeah,
don't.
We'll pull up the definition for you of what's included. Wendy has a special copy.
May I answer the commissioner's question?
Sure. Chair Felder, is that okay for the applicant to respond?
Sure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And before I answer your question, Commissioner Barnett, would you guys like me to go through our little presentation to get that out of the way, or would you prefer to go through any further questions or comments? I'm happy to do whatever.
I think
Why don't they?
I'd like you to go through your presentation, and then
Yes.
we'll keep going on
Yes,
this
sir.
thing.
Yes, sir.
Trent, do you need the PowerPoint?
Yeah, my computer is plugged in. It went into sleep mode on me, and I am going right now. Woo! There we go. Well, good evening again, members of the Planning Commission. Very good to see you all again here. Last time we were here was in January of 2018 for our study session here for this exact project. And Commissioner Barnett, if you recall, was named Athena at that point in time. So we took your comments to heart and came up with the name Mockingbird Lane for this community. So the spirit of Mockingbird Lane is that the mockingbird is a native species of bird that roams throughout all of Northern California. But what's unique about the mockingbird is it mimics the sounds of surrounding wildlife, surrounding cars. So sometimes you'll hear a mockingbird, mimicking a car alarm going off sometimes. But in the spirit of that, we really wanted this community to come in and be like the Mockingbird and mimic the surrounding community, complement Sonoma, really become part of the neighborhood and the Sonoma quality of life, and Lane to just kind of emphasize the private alley that runs down the middle of the project. So that is the little story of how we got to the name today. I'll go through a brief timeline of events. Site plan progression really quickly. We went over a lot of the site plan progression back in January, but just a little quick snapshot of all of it. Homes proposed that we would appreciate your feedback on for future design review application once that is made. What is before you all this evening is our completed application for vesting tentative map for Mockingbird Lane, being completely compliant with Sonoma residential zoning and land uses after very careful collaboration and feedback with staff, planning commission, members of the community. Any questions, comments, or feedbacks at the end? Back in September, as was mentioned, we were granted the privilege and the opportunity by the Sonoma Valley Healthcare District to be their developer and buyer for their property. So ever since we were selected by the board of directors over at the hospital in September, we've been working very diligently with our design team. You've met Ryan, our civil engineer. Adam, our architect, is here as well to help answer any questions for the homes that have been designed and help take notes on any feedback for us to address for that future design review application. So then once we were selected, we prepared our plans, met with the project advisory committee at for the city in November, followed up with a neighborhood outreach meeting in December, and in January then had our planning commission study session with you all where we culminated all that feedback, presented some ideas to you all, took everything, and really what is before you all this evening was our best attempt and effort to try to culminate all the feedback into something that we think will be a high quality community for the city of Sonoma. Application submittals May and June, being deemed complete in July, and then ever since then been working very closely with Christina on making sure everything is all buttoned up. You've seen the aerials. Here's the property location surrounded by Hayes, 4th, and West MacArthur. Here's some snapshots from the general plan and the zoning map showing the housing opportunity site identification and the zoning/land use for Sonoma residential. Here is the property as it sits today. The red line surrounding the property and its perimeter is how the parcel sits as is on a parcel map today. The area to the right is everything the hospital will be keeping for their parking lot, which they wish to continue to operate. The area in the black bold lines in the middle is everything to be developed. And then the other areas on the outside are right-of-way dedications. We're going to be assuming the deferred improvement agreement that the hospital has in place on the property to complete all of these sidewalk and roadway frontage improvements along the property in question, not just on our stretch of property, but going all the way to the boundary of the edge of the parcel at the other end of the parking lot. So the uncompleted portions of Hayes and 4th will be completed once we are developed. Here is a snapshot of kind of 8 of the site plans we went through. There are very many more iterations, but kind of starting top left was our first one all the way down to the bottom right was the last one presented to you before we made some tweaks to what is before you all this evening. But really the main feedback that we got from the community, the planning commission staff, was really come up with a community that engaged the streetscapes, would engage the neighborhood, attractive street scenes. So we got rid of virtually all of the driveway cuts on all the perimeter edges of the property, except for 4 lots for the Plan 3 and 3X, where we have a pass-through tandem garage for added variety and flavor to the community. We thought that would be a nice feature, so it's not all strictly purely alley loaded. But we eliminated a lot of those, reduced the amount of ADUs. We were initially proposing 18, took that down to 12 based on some community feedback, and just worked very closely to come up with what we think is a world-class project that we can all be proud of. As mentioned, the map's a little difficult to see in the black and white on the screen, but what's been provided in your packet is our vesting tentative map application with all exhibits and references to show how everything is compliant with the zoning code. Christina did such a good job going through all of our plans. I'll just leave this up here for discussion to show the flavor and the theme of what will be submitted for the design review application to follow. California craftsman style, where we wanted to try to keep a unified theme instead of coming up with 2 or 3 plans with 3 different elevations. We got 6 plans, a unified elevation with variations in color scheme and lot setbacks. Widths of lots, they all vary. There's not one cookie cutter lot. Everything was specially designed just for this project, and we think it looks very good, and we'd be curious to get what your feedback is for further design review. Here is the much more easier to read illustrative site plan from our architectural package that helps show the diversity of plans being plotted, the variety of setbacks, the porch elements on every single home and plan, going around the perimeter of the site, just really, again, trying to engage all the surrounding areas of this property. Can skip all of this for now, just a little bit more. That was just more about how California MAP Act, the Housing Accountability Act, applies to projects consistent with their zoning. I'm not sure what the staff's recommendation was. We think it was for a recommendation for approval of our vesting tentative map, since the conditions have been presented to you all this evening. If that is in fact the recommendation.
We're asking for consideration for approval tonight.
Excellent, thank you so much. So we 100% concur with that recommendation from city staff for the vesting tentative map before you all here this evening. Again, we're very happy our design team is here to take feedback, questions, comments for future design. But we're just very thrilled for this opportunity. We're just very excited to try to be a part of this community further and bring this to life, to deliver that much needed housing that was mentioned earlier. And if I can just mention one thing, I know we talked a bit about CEQA. The CEQA exemptions are really meant for cities and discretionary review bodies such as yourselves as the Planning Commission to use it as a tool. It's not necessarily trying to get out of jail free card or anything. It's actually a very scrutinizing process to even be determined by a city staff for categorical statutory CEQA exemptions. But it really is intended by the state to allow cities to deliver housing when it is needed, as was mentioned earlier this evening for during another project's review. But sincerely, thank you all very much for your time. We're all here to answer questions, and thank you again.
I just have a quick question for staff in terms of the recommendation. It says here to provide feedback and continue the project.
Correct. That was the original recommendation on Friday. And since then, we've been working closely with our building department staff and our city engineer to try to come up with conditions of approval, just to not delay any further than we have to. Before us tonight is a vesting tentative subdivision map. It should be pretty straightforward. We're snapping lines on the ground. And apologies for the delay with the conditions of approval. We started working on them last week, and based on some recent projects, we're really working closely as city staff with building, with public works and planning, all really collaborating and not just taking the old conditions of approval that we've used before and slapping them on a new project, but we have really been taking the time and scrutinizing every single one and making sure that the language is correct, that the timing is correct. So I know you haven't had a ton of time to review them, and I appreciate your consideration of the process, and just thank you for being cooperative with us on that.
Does the approval of a vesting tentative map just approve the parcels?
And the associated infrastructure locations.
But we'll still have time. Does it approve the massing, the site design?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just going to say, yes, we'll be back with full architecture, photometrics, landscaping, all required with that design review application submittal. That will all definitely be coming back to you all.
Okay. I think before we go any further, I should open it up to the rest of the public and let them have a chance to comment on this project. So have at it if anybody would like to speak on the project.
My name is Michelle Dredane, and I live on Betancourt Street. And you said something at the beginning that there's something more about off-site parking, because that's a major concern. And there's not enough parking in the area. Betancourt is closed off because they put in a sidewalk. Lots of us are concerned about the parking. And the other thing is that the designs that they presented last time were a lot different than the designs that they're presenting now, because at the last meeting we were here, someone on the board referred to it as an island. To me, that is an island. Those houses do not represent anything that is in the area. The houses that you had last time, you had ones that were two-story houses that didn't look like two-story houses. And I'm still concerned about all of the granny unit things in the back. How are you going to keep those people from renting those to other people and increasing the amount of cars that are in that lot? If you have a house that has 4 bedrooms in it And then you have a granny unit above a garage that has a possibility for 2 other bedrooms. And you can't, how are you gonna stop them from putting it on Airbnb or renting them to other people? That's possibility of 2 more cars in that area. And I don't aren't there houses that are above the garages again? And so, pardon me?
They're single story now.
They're single story, but still, that's.
Well, let's focus
Who
to the commission,
owns-
please.
Who's to stop them from renting those out to other people or increasing the traffic with them renting them as Airbnbs or just renting them as another unit? That, there's the possibility of a lot more cars. They said someone said there was 3.5 parking spaces per house. That doesn't add up to me. So it's a lot of cars in that small little area.
Thank you.
Bear with me, please. My name is Ricciotti Maffioli, Rick for short. It's a little bit too early for me to get involved in this because I just inherited 855 Hayes and a lot next door. My son passed away May 20th, and we are the executor of his estate, and I don't know if I would go with this plan yet, because I don't know if it would bring my house over that I inherited and his lot more money now, or if I just sell it now and get the hell out of that area. So I am not really gonna say I'm for this or against it, because I don't live in that area. I live on 5th Street. I'm here for something else gonna come up later on today. And that's all I want to tell you. I can't really say if I'm gonna go for this thing, but like the lady said over here, that houses, my son, I'm sure, has been here before and spoke about this. And he was ready to sell and move to Clear Lake. In the meantime, he passed away, and now it fell on us. And we're still in shock because we just got to be his executor in October, so we're still not settled down yet to whether we're gonna go with this or sell his property and get rid of it all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else care to speak? You can't resist, huh, Patty?
Can't resist. Patty DeFern, 465 East MacArthur Street in Sonoma. Could you put it back to where the big picture is there?
Yes, ma'am. That one?
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so traffic. You don't need any IR for traffic. You must be on 5th Street, which is 1 block away from this. You must occasionally go on Broadway, which is like 3 blocks away. This has 2 exits for all these people, and it's 18 houses. It's not 18 houses, it's 18 plus 12. So I think that there's no doubt that this requires a CEQA traffic study. I don't know when they did the study. I don't know, did they do it like that other study on November 7th of 2017? But I think the study's inadequate. I think your point, Mr. Barnett, about the 50,000 people and not requiring CEQA, this is a very unique community, and it's being treated like it's a classic subdivision. There's no way this is classic. It's 3 to 8 units, they're pushing the 8 units, and then you don't count the ADUs, or whatever they're called. I'm certainly in favor of affordable housing. I'm certainly in favor of more housing. I'm not in favor of something that's 2 stories all the way around. Do they need to be 2,100 square feet? Maybe a few less houses, maybe a few smaller ones, a little more open space. And I think it's a big mistake. It's not classic. I don't think it easily meets any requirements. I think you should be able to see your information before the afternoon of the meeting. And I hope you take the time to really look at this closely. My friend Vicki Mullis has a dairy south of town. Every time it rains, they get flooding now. There's no consequence to Sonoma Creek from this? I don't believe it. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Anybody else?
Good evening. My name is Mackenzie Justo. My husband and I recently bought a home on the corner of Hayes and Betancourt. We're very excited to be within the city limits. We were in Boys before. I also have concerns about these ADUs, restrictions on getting other tenants in there, be them permanent or vacationers or whatever. I know there are limitations within the city limits when it comes to vacation rentals, but I have concerns about that. And I also feel that when we purchased our home, it's not, it by no means is it a historic home in Sonoma, but it is part of one of those original Sebastiani developments. And you look around and people are starting to buy these homes, my husband and myself included, give them a little bit more revitalization, like a little bit more soul, making things a little bit different. We're going through some remodels right now. We're in the process of it, and starting to bring more life into the neighborhood while honoring the fact that it is part of one of those original Sebastiani homes built in 54 or 51 or something. And you do look around and you do see there are consistencies within the construction. And it makes it feel like it is an older neighborhood. It has a little bit of soul. I don't see any soul. Born and raised in Sonoma, my husband, born and raised in Sonoma. We're very proud that we've been able to stay in Sonoma with our careers. It doesn't have a lot of heart. And I get that we're an evolving community, we're a growing community, all for housing. I think affordable is, nothing's affordable in Sonoma. But yeah, I just feel like it doesn't really go with the soul of the neighborhood. And I'm new to the neighborhood, and I'm sure that there are people who have been there much longer that would feel the same way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Can I have that question answered about the?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry. So yes, when we were going through and doing our project data table and going through every little part for FAR and site coverage, our tentative map as currently, illustrated, we'll use this one. The internal alley, we previously had it drawn as impervious asphalt, but then after further discussion with city staff as to interpretations for the definitions of site coverage, building coverage, lot coverage, it was determined that impervious surface treatments counted towards that lot coverage. So we modified our tentative map. Future landscape plans will show the final treatment, but we have showed the private alley as being pervious, whether that be pervious pavers, turf block, aggregate base, decomposed granite, combination of different treatments. So that is how those are designed. All of the other little private driveways for uncovered parking you see on spaces will be concrete. And our civil engineer made sure he went through and scrutinized every little curb cut, every little detail of impervious surface as part of the lot coverage calculations. And that main alley it being pervious, it is taken out of those calculations.
So because the driveway is impervious, it's not counted. But if it was pervious, it would be?
No,
Is that?
our coverage definition.
I'm sorry. Okay, I switched it. But my point is, it's still a driveway.
So are you talking about
the private alley down the middle.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yes,
yeah,
the road.
It's a private access easement for the sole ability of these future residents. It's not intended to be a driveway. They all have.
So I think I could probably answer your question.
Yes.
So the definition of coverage in our code does not differentiate between pervious or impervious. Under coverage, the driveway is not included.
The driveway is not included.
Correct.
I was under the impression that had been changed.
So we have site coverage and coverage.
Mm-hmm.
We have direction to move in the direction of using site coverage, but that change has not taken place.
So the definition in the code for coverage does not include the roadway.
Maybe I can provide some point of clarification, and you can help me. I did take a look at the subdivision as it relates to the overall gross acreage, and this is my understanding, is that we're looking at 2.78 acres of gross area, and so for the purposes of calculating density, you look at gross acreage as based on the general plan. Then when you look at subdivision purposes, you also look at gross area, unless there's a public road that's dedicated. So what we're looking at here is a subdivision of land of 2.78 acres, but if you subtract out the private driveways, Street A and Street B, you're really looking at 2.47 acres of land. When you're calculating for example, the floor area of a lot here, say just take, for example, lot 14. For the purposes that if you're looking at the illustratives that staff and the developer provided you, they're saying it's a 7,500 square foot lot. But really, when you take out the access driveway, you're looking more at 5,700 square foot lot, and but we're calculating floor area and we're calculating those ratios based on a gross area, not net area. And so by reading the staff report, you get the impression that we've got these 7,500 square foot lots and we've got floor area 0.35 and we're meeting all of these requirements and criteria. But when you actually subtract out these private roads, you're really looking at lots that range from 4,700 square feet to, some of them almost are 7,000 square feet. And you're really looking at floor area ratios of anywhere between 0.37 to 0.57, which, the problem, I think the issue is that staff has is that our code doesn't allow us to exclude these private roads. And so a lot of people get the perception that we're approving these projects with these generous lot sizes, but when you subtract out the actual roads that are required for access and maybe even for private parking or whatever, you end up with a denser, higher density type of project. So when you're actually looking at it, you go, God, we approved this. I thought the floor areas were 0.35, but these lots look so much denser. And so, so I just wanted the commission to know that really we're not looking at 0.278 acres of land, we're really looking at 0.48, and we're really looking at lots that aren't 7,500 square feet. They're really reduced in size, especially if you subtract out the private roads around.
But this is compliant with your code, the way
it
is written right now.
But the way that the code is written, it needs to be changed, and maybe in the future, the city of Sonoma may accept a 0.6 floor area ratio or 0.5 floor area ratio. Our general plan says 0.3, but our general plan and our zoning code does not address these private roads. And I have to say that the majority of everything we look at in terms of subdivision of land, they're not dedicating roads, they're not creating streets, they're creating private driveways like at the last subdivision that we looked at, or they're creating private roads. And those are not subtracted right now. So so I just wanted to bring that up. Hopefully that answers your question, Commissioner Barnett, as like to what, we're going to be going in the direction of changing coverage of our lots, but right now that's not in the code. But we need to look at our general plan and our zoning code and our performance standards, and maybe in the future we may not see subdivisions this dense, or we may support plan developments that allow for higher floor areas but right now this is a standard subdivision, and but we have to be clear that we're approving it with a significant amount of private road. And so the floor areas and the lot coverages that are being described in the staff report aren't real, they're
The way your code's written.
the
they
way
are
the code's
compliant.
written. So just be careful that if you see that 0.35, it's really not 0.35, it's really 0.47 or 0.57 or whatever.
The rules we have to play in for the
Yes.
zoning, they're compliant.
So,
Well, like, lot 4, 5, 14, and 15 have private road on two sides of them, and like, for example, I think to your point, it says lot 4 is like 39% coverage.
And
Just
there's a four-
visually, it looks like
yeah,
over
there's
50.
And there's also an accessory dwelling unit on it, and there's also
Which
a
is-
4-bedroom house on it.
Right.
So if I could
So-
just step in and just, remind everyone, we have a rule book, right? The city has published a rule book for us to follow, and our rule book is the municipal code. The definition of coverage in the municipal code is that it's the portion of a site covered by building footprints, usually expressed as a percentage of site area. So I think, if we have issues, and I share some of the same concerns, but, we need to change the rules.
If I may, another member of our team, Dana Sabota, one of our executive vice presidents, is here, and she can help explain a little bit further as well.
So, good evening. Thank you for having us. Your rule book is tough because under the general plan and the zoning, we have minimum numbers that we have to hit in terms of housing units. But in order to do that, we also have to meet your zoning requirements for setbacks and coverage, and it was nearly impossible, actually, to get the right number of units and to get all of the coverages to work. So the plan is truly wholly compliant. And that was how it was designed. And you have before you a tentative map without design review tonight because we want to be sure before we go and finalize design on anything that we're all very, very clear that this is wholly compliant. So we took the rule book. We've spent a year working with a couple of different staff members in order to make sure that what came to you tonight actually had the protections of the Housing Accountability Act. And I didn't have Trent go through the slides. I actually asked him not to because it feels almost like the state has usurped some of local jurisdiction. And that's not the impression we want to give because we've spent a year working with staff with the rule book. The challenge for us is when we come to a hearing and perhaps the Planning Commission doesn't necessarily love the way the rule book actually works, we get pushback. But for us, we're given a set of codes at the beginning. We're told exactly how staff interprets them. We've spent a good amount of time meeting with Veronica, who I know does work as the city attorney here. We spent some time meeting with David Goodison before he left, talking about exactly how this particular city traditionally interprets every single one of those provisions to make sure we're compliant. I see what you're saying about if you start looking at it, it doesn't feel like 0.35, it feels like 50% coverage. The challenge is we don't get to play by those rules. We have to actually abide by the way the interpretation of the code is used by staff and by the governing bodies. So we actually met and we spent a good amount of time making sure that the way that we designed the project met with how the city has traditionally interpreted all of the code sections. So what I'm going to do is tell you that I really do want to let you know that we did all of this and we brought this project in its completely compliant form because we didn't want to have a big discussion. No, that's what. So I'm going to do it for purposes of the record. So under the Subdivision Map Act, we have asked for approval of just a vesting tentative map, and a local government considering a tentative map application can only apply those ordinances, policies, and standards in effect on the date that the local agency determined that the application is complete. Pursuant to the State Housing Accountability Act, when a proposed housing development project complies with applicable objective general plan and zoning standards and criteria, including design review standards, which aren't before you tonight because we didn't apply for design review. We didn't apply on the application that you submit when you decide to move forward in Sonoma. You can check vesting tentative map. You can check vesting tentative map and design review. We didn't do that. We just did the map. Once complete, a local agency cannot disapprove a project or reduce its density unless it finds that the project would have an unavoidable impact on public health or safety. So we've spent a year making sure that the project objectively complies with every general plan and zoning standard, with the hope of making the review for the tentative map simple. Since the city may not reject a project or conditions its approval based on subjective or discretionary criteria in the MAP Act or in the city's zoning, such as suitability or compatibility, by fully complying with the city's existing general plan and zoning, review becomes limited. So, in order to disapprove a project under the Housing Accountability Act, the city would have to actually make findings in order to deny rather than approve the project. And so in order to deny the project, the city has to demonstrate based on a preponderance of the evidence that the project would cause a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact on public health or safety based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date when we were deemed complete. So we really worked hard to make sure that we didn't face a challenge. That was really, we wanted to make sure that you gave us a rule book and we played by it completely. That was our goal. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but that I think helps, we spent a lot of time going over all of the different reasons why the city calculated floor area ratios a certain way or site coverage a certain way. And I realize that may not be where you want to end up in 2 years, but it's where we are now, and it was what we were faced with when designing the project. Thanks.
Christina, what is the difference between coverage and site coverage? Because site coverage includes paving for vehicle use. Site coverage means the percentage of total site area occupied by structures and paving for vehicle use.
Correct. So we have several inconsistencies in our code and where tables call coverage
So
versus
if we're
site
being
coverage.
told we have to follow the rules,
We also
and there's
have
inconsistencies.
Correct. We also have to look at how staff has been interpreting those policies over time, and historically for the past however many number of years, we've been using coverage. And so it would be contrary to how we have previously interpreted our code to use site coverage now.
Can I bring up a concern of mine with the approval of just this vesting tentative map and looking at it in isolation? Some of the members of the public have brought up issues with respect to parking. I have some of my own issues with respects to this all being private open space, and that I believe some of these accessory dwelling units are being underserved by open space or usable open space. It's not clear to me how this is done. We don't have those more specific details that we typically would look at if we were looking at a map in conjunction with the design review, in conjunction with other materials. My concern is that if we approve a vesting tentative map, we are approving the actual lot lines, we're approving the actual configuration of the private roads, and we're approving the dedications of public right-of-way. And if we subsequently want to provide private parking spaces or create or change open spaces that might reconfigure the lot lines, we are basically married to the soldier path of those lots and the exact configurations of the private roads. And that is my concern. It's not my concern about the design or the density or how it's done, but what we're doing is we're locking ourselves into this very map, which we would have to then modify and change if in public testimony or looking at the design review we want to tweak it and we find, oh gee, maybe we agree that we need on-site private guest parking. Well, where are we going to put it if we've already approved all these lots? That's my concern. And it's not that I don't like this project. It's not that I don't like having lots that have 0.5 floor area. It's not that I don't like housing. It's that by approving this vesting tentative map in isolation, we are approving 18 lots plus a condominium that locks into place duplexes on the last 2 lots. And what happens if we want to change the location of the duplex? You know, to me, we're locking into place our ability to make the final design decisions on the subdivision by approving the vesting tentative map in isolation. So that's where I come from. I'm not coming from it from criticizing or saying I don't like the project. It's that it limits our commission's ability. And so I was very happy to see the original staff report come before us where we had the ability to comment on the design and look at it in a bundled form, or looking at least with some consideration of the design and parking and yard space, and maybe we want to change the location of units or make some lot widths wider, because there's no minimum lot width, there's no minimum lot length, but we've got lots that are 39 feet wide, we've got lots that are 55 feet wide, and I know that some members of the public had talked about that this subdivision doesn't look like everybody else. One of the main findings that we have to make as a planning commission for the vesting tentative map, that this is consistent with the adjoining development, that it's consistent with the neighborhood, that's consistent with the RS zoning district, and it's consistent with the houses which abut it. And we can't even do that if we approve this map. We can't look at the development after because we've already locked ourselves into place. So that I'm just gonna get off my soapbox, and that's where I am. I'd love to work with staff and the developer on and continuing this and looking at maybe a more complete package, or maybe continuing this public hearing and opening up the discussion of private parking on site, designated parking, CC&Rs, common open space, or creating open space standards for this development, especially for the accessory dwelling units, because that's what's part of the discretionary review of a subdivision.
Mr. Chair, may I respond, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. We actually don't have to come forward with a design review application. So we had this conversation yesterday with the city attorney. We can't be forced to bring that application. We don't want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars designing a project to a map that we don't have. That's not economically feasible. So we have come forward and we are asking for approval of a wholly compliant vesting tentative map. While I understand you might want to move units, and you will have every opportunity to go over massing and parking and open space and all of those elements of the project when we bring forward a design review application. The only question before this body tonight is whether or not the vesting tentative map complies with the city's municipal code. And staff has already stated unequivocally that we have met every standard in the municipal code. So our challenge is to then come back and design in light of comments. The vesting tentative map application for the city of Sonoma requires us to provide sample architecture. It doesn't mean that what you saw tonight you can't give us feedback, and we can't come back with a design review application that takes that into account. But we are here on a separate vesting tentative map application, and we're asking for a decision on that.
Question.
Yeah.
Are you an attorney?
I am.
Okay, and you're representing the group?
I work in-house at DeNova, so I hold 2 titles, but I am an executive vice president with DeNova.
Okay, so you're here and you're telling us all about what we can or can't do as a city, but we have no legal representation.
I would ask that you turn your attention to the community development director who was on the call with the city attorney yesterday.
I'm quite sure that they did, okay? And but I have to be honest with you. I think mostly what I've heard from you is to tell us, okay, that we have to approve this because you are, quote, legally compliant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's what you're saying.
The Housing Accountability Act, yes.
I don't buy it.
I was under the impression the Housing Accountability Act didn't come into play unless we have made the determination that that this is exempt from CEQA. Like, for example, if we decide it's not exempt from CEQA, the HAA doesn't come into, play yet.
You're right. So we have both categorical and statutory exemptions that we submitted for and had the city attorney review prior to tonight's hearing. So we actually, I've not read to you, and it wasn't brought up because the categorical exemption was very clearly applicable in our mind. And I would say to your urbanized area point that it is actually it is a central city or group of contiguous cities with a population of 50,000 or more, together with adjacent densely populated areas. Sonoma County is well over 500,000. So I don't think we have any question about urbanized area, but I appreciate the point. Separate and apart from that.
Excuse me, I don't think it was a county definition.
No, it's city and contiguous cities. So if you look at the contiguous.
We have no contiguous cities.
Okay, so you
So
have.
continue.
Contiguous county land.
That's not what's in the definition.
Oh, I disagree with the interpretation that you've made. But nevertheless, we also asked for a statutory exemption for the project consistent with the general plan, a community plan, or a zoning action. Because under the statutory exemption, if a development project is consistent with the general plan of a local agency and an environmental impact report was certified with respect to that general plan, environmental review is limited to the effects upon the environment which are peculiar to the parcel or to the project and which were not addressed is a significant effect in the prior environmental impact report, or which substantial new information shows will be more significant than described in the EIR. And in this instance, the city actually did an EIR in connection with the adoption of the general plan and the housing element for 2006. We have submitted to the city all the basis for the statutory exemption in addition to the basis for the categorical exemption, very specifically because we wanted to comply with the general plan and the zoning code for the city when we submitted this project and this map. I understand that you want to see design at the same time. There are some really good practical reasons why developers don't always bring both applications together. Some of it has to do with bank financing. Some of it has to do with purchase and sale agreements that are entered into. There are lots of different reasons why that doesn't always happen. And the process allows for us to go either way. And we want your comments, we do, but we really tried hard to make this a non-controversial project by following your code exactly across the board. And by making environmental review unnecessary beyond the review that was done to determine categorical and statutory exemptions, specifically because we wanted to make sure that we had the benefit of CEQA and the infill exemption that can apply to streamline the process. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to our planning director and have him relate to us whatever discussions he's had with our city attorney.
No, I'd rather practice without a license, if that's okay.
Oh.
Yeah. So the question of whether it is the map is attended with a PD or some other kind of exceptions, I believe was addressed at the January workshop. And I believe the prior director talked about the concept of having a plan development concurrent with the VTSM that we have here before us tonight. I can't really speak to what happened with the senior planner at that time until, here we are, in the fall of the year, and we're looking at 4 or 5 months from their departure. What I can tell you is that Christina has worked with the applicant, and when we prepared the report, we were kind of going along the line of having the Liam Lane discussion with respect to bundling, if you will. And it was brought to our attention, Veronica and myself and staff, and that's why we prepared the conditions of approval. We actually were preparing them thinking that we were doing it for January because we wanted to try to get feedback on the design. So before you tonight, you are not you do not have a gun at your head to act tonight to approve or disapprove the map. But you do have a map only to review. And so if you want to hit the pause button and say, we don't like condition number 42, or we'd like to get an interpretation from council on whether we're urban or non-urban, those kind of questions are legitimate. But I do know that the applicant has a timeline that they would like to hold to, and that's really their internal mechanism. It is not something that is beholden upon the commission.
Can I, I'm still confused. I mean,
Let me, I think I got to close the public hearing. If no one else cares to speak from the public, I'm going to close it and bring it back to the commission. Okay, now, go ahead, Kelso.
I just make one point. A lot of the discussion the public and the commission has made thus far is what appears to be a denser project than is communicated. And I think it comes back to this definition of site coverage. And I just don't understand if, hypothetically, and I'm not saying this is what happened, but if David Goodison misinterpreted it or interpreted it incorrectly all this time, we just have to abide by that? I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, the applicant is jumping up in his chair.
We can answer that question for you.
The interpretation was made after Goodison was gone. It was when he was already departed, Rob already left town. It was Wendy fending for herself, and it was Veronica as the acting community development director. So it was with your current city staff that the current interpretation that we're abiding by tonight is what we're going by. Mr. Goodison had nothing to do with it.
Well, Mr. Goodison had to do with the historic interpretation of
Right.
coverage and the inconsistencies in the code between what tables identify as coverage versus lot coverage versus site coverage. And Wendy might be able to speak to it more clearly, but my understanding, what was communicated to us from the city attorney is that our historic practice has been to use coverage and to rely on the coverage definition. And if we would like to switch to site coverage, we need to change the code so that everybody is clear on what rules we're playing with.
Can I ask staff a question about process? So my understanding of vesting tentative map was that it creates an approval that says there's going to be 18 lots on a particular property, right? But also it locks into place that lot configuration, all private roads and whatnot. My question would be, if we as a commission, and after taking public testimony about parking, open space, lot width, make the decision that we want to change the lot configuration or flip duplexes on the other side or create CC&Rs that create private parking in areas other than what is described on this map, do we have the ability to do that?
I think what's before us tonight is we have to look at what the code requires and does the project provide it. So the project far exceeds our parking standards. The project far exceeds the private open space required by the code by the Central West. So we have the rules in the code, and right now what we need to determine is, does the project meet the rules? So
Let me see if I can jump in. It's not working here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's because he had his on. You got yours on. Just kidding. If I can, and I hopefully don't make things worse, forget about the vesting part right now, because all the vesting does is locks in the codes that were applicable when the application was deemed complete. Just think of it as a tentative map. What does a tentative map do? It pulls a string and locks in the lines. You have a development code for this particular zoning district that doesn't have any width. And so you're faced with an applicant coming before you without any prescriptive standards. Our other zoning districts do have those kind of numbers there for you, so you can kind of play with that. So you look at that as being your guide, but you are locking yourself in, and the applicant's going to be locking themselves in. We just have to pray that they've got a design for their units that are going on that property that it's going to work. And that's the nut you'll crack when you get the design review component.
So you can't let them vest into current standards, and then I guess my point is that I don't mind vesting them into the existing zoning code. My concern is that if we want to change the lot configuration or do something different, we're like locked into that map. And I disagree with the applicant. I think that's what our commission is here, to take public testimony, to listen to neighbors, to look at the general plan, to look at the findings. Is this subdivision consistent with the housing around it? Lot width, lot length, how parking is configured. So I guess we usually do that in conjunction with everything else. And usually you say, you know, these are things that I like about it and these are things that I don't. Go back and change it. The things are changed, and then the map matches the feedback from.
And that's one of the things that we hopefully will be addressing. I know site coverage and lot coverage is one of the things that's been identified in a revision of our development code. Downside, we're not there yet. And so when it comes to requiring a design component concurrent with the submittal of a map, we're not there yet. That's not the rule book that we have today.
I just want to make a couple of comments if I can. First of all, I think that this is a classic example of how you can meet the letter of the law and the code and not the spirit of it. There is nothing about this project that I would consider world class. It doesn't even come close. And so I would not support approving the vesting tentative map at all. I just don't think it's a very imaginative project. I think there's so many different problems with it. And I recall vividly, because it was my very first Planning Commission meeting on January 25th, when we first saw the iteration of different types of plans and all the comments that were made by members of the commission. Good comments, I think, really good comments. And there's nothing about this that, from my perspective, reflects what it is that we had to say. I just don't think this is a good project at all. I think it's, you know, I like to stay on the positive, but there is nothing that I see about this that in any way, shape, or form is good for Sonoma. So that's all I want to say. I can't, and by the way, I will say one other thing too, because I remember that there was a lot of discussion on the granny units. There's no question. They'll be rented, okay? Not all of them, you know, but they will be rented, and it will make a difference. I think there was a lot of discussion when we had it before the Planning Commission at that time. There was discussion about everything, and I see nothing about this plan that really responded to any of those. The fact that it's categorically exempt, we just put a 4-unit parcel map applicant, you know, under the gun for 4 units, okay? And here we've got all of these, and we're supposed to just do it because it complies literally with the code. It's just not a good project.
Let me jump in here. If we were to deny this vesting of the tentative map, we would need to make findings. I think this commission needs further direction from our city attorney on what our legal responsibilities are and what we can and cannot do before we can actually determine whether we can make findings to deny.
What would be helpful if the commission is going in that direction? It would be helpful to hear if, for example, we've misfired on the categorical exemption, if it's the commission's thought that we need to go back and revisit the exemption to determine if an initial study is a more appropriate CEQA document, we can certainly do that. We can certainly address the issue of the issues that we've heard tonight with respect to the lot configurations. Again, remember, that's what we're looking at, is the parcel sizes and things of that nature, not the design of the project. And so one other alternative would be to continue the item so that we can do that research and get back to the commission. And if it's also the commission's direction to go in the direction of findings, we can prepare those for the next meeting.
Can we all go through as a commission and talk about the concerns we would have if we were locked into this lot configuration, kind of, look at what sort of things that would be concern of ours, so that the applicant knows and staff knows, like whether it's parking or whether it's usable open space or drainage or the width of the easement or whatever, in terms of the design. Because now, if we are looking at this subdivision and the private roads and the lot configuration and widths, then you're putting us in the position that we have to say we either like the design and it's compatible with the neighborhood and make those 3 findings, or I think finding 1 out of the 3, if you look at the 3 findings, 1 has the most flexibility and gives our commission the most leeway in terms of whether or not we think this is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. It's compatible with how other houses deal with guest parking in public streets. It's how parcels are accessed from public roads in the neighborhood, those sorts of things. The usability of private open space, front yards, backyards, side yards, those sorts of things.
Well, I would tend to shy away and direct you toward the design of the subdivision itself and the lots and how they're configured one with another and how they relate to the surroundings, not the design of the project. I'd like to steer you away from that, because on the record, if you're going towards, we don't like the design, the number of lots to the neighborhood, those kind of things, stick to that direction so that we can then use that information to prepare findings for denial if that's the direction.
I don't want to put any denial on anything. I just
I don't
want
think anyone
to
was
have
talking
it
about that.
bundled, and I want to look at it comprehensively. It has nothing to. It's not a slam on the project. It's not that in theory and concept that how it's laid out. It's just that I want to be able to have the flexibility of looking at parking and looking at private open space and looking at.
Commissioner McDonald, I don't believe we have that ability right now, because we have an applicant who insists that they have an application for a tentative map and a tentative map alone, and they want a decision on it. So I think we can either make, we have to look at findings to see if we have to move forward, or we can do something to find a reason not to approve. But we need to have a further discussion, I think, on what those findings might be that we have to decide whether they apply. Council.
I have one brief question, and this is sort of context, although it sounds like at this point it might not be appropriate. But ADUs are not required to have parking spaces, correct?
So if they're within a half a mile of a bus
Right.
stop, you don't need additional off-street parking.
So we have 12, because when I'm counting, we have 12 ADUs here, but only 4 of them have garages, correct?
There's dedicated parking uncovered for certain, for I think it's the ADU 1.
So each ADU has a dedicated space?
Yes, correct.
Okay, well then that eliminates that question. Thank you. In terms of where we were going to go with this, I mean, I sort of liked what the planning director had to say, in the sense that, I mean, the questions I've raised, I'm curious to see what this CEQA urbanized area means, if urban uses in a non-urbanized area qualify, or, because Sonoma is not an urbanized area according to CEQA's definition, so I'm curious about that. I think that would be important to find out. So we know that we do have a categorical exemption. And I would also want to get a little more information. It'd be actually helpful if the city attorney was here, because it sounds like the applicant just said that Veronica determined what this was at some point this year.
It was a staff collaboration, but through your current staff planning it.
Right. Well, in my view, I think the planning commission should be part of that discussion, determining what the code says. And so I have concerns about that, because I'm reading and it says site coverage includes driveways or paved area. And I get that there are inconsistencies, but we have not had any sort of input on that. So that's what I'd like to focus on.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I can, we as staff make recommendations to you on whether you adopt or certify an EIR or adopt a mitigated neg deck, and we've made a determination on the categorical exemption. Now, if the commission sees it differently, that's certainly within your purview to have us go relook at that issue and return to your commission.
I think we need to do that.
So
do we have
I
support
think-
from the rest of the
Well, I think
commission?
continuing the item would allow us to do that and also allow us to look at these conditions of approval, which we just got before the meeting. I totally understand. I'm not complaining, but they're pretty extensive. So.
Mr. Chair, again, for food for thought for the commission, we do have the January 10th meeting available, and we do have the return of the prior application tentatively scheduled for that. And we can certainly place this back on that December 10th, although it means we're going to have to move pretty quick during the holidays.
As a procedural matter, some of us that are sitting up here may not be up here. So when
No,
does
we all have a job until
January,
February 1st.
Okay, February. That's you answered my question.
But you can choose not to come, though, right?
But I just wanted to make sure there was consistency between now and now. Okay.
I guess I have some questions just for my fellow commissioners, trying to understand what I've been hearing. Is the concern about, I keep hearing about the compatibility of the neighborhood or being the proper context. So are we concerned about density? Are we concerned about the fact that in this particular proposed map, and we don't have a broader context here, but we see the edges on TM 2.0, that, the lot configuration of what's being proposed, juxtaposed to what is existing, they are different. And because they're different, does that mean that they're not worthy of consideration? I mean, I've been listening, I'm just trying to grasp. I understand the concerns we have for design and that's forthcoming and that our hands may be tied somewhat. But I would just like a little bit more clarity if there what fellow commissioners' concerns are.
It's my impression that there's a number of people on this commission that have questions about the categorical exemption, and they have concerns about interpretation of some of the things like the definition of an urbanized area, the conflict between site coverage and coverage, and I think we need clarification from the city attorney on those things. And I don't think we would be prudent in going ahead and making a decision tonight without getting clarification.
I totally agree.
So I would guess I would like to ask if anyone is willing to make a motion to continue this item pending these clarification of these issues.
Also move.
Mr. Chair, if I can just interject.
Yes,
Would that be
please.
to a date certain of December the
Yes.
10th or off calendar? Did I say December? Sorry. I meant February. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it was January.
at this rate, it will be
January the
December,
10th,
right? Yeah.
If we keep going. I'm
So
sorry.
we should make that motion to a date certain for the 10th of January?
Yes, I moved to the 10th of January, correct.
Is that second still hold? Whoever wants to make the second. I thought you got in first.
Oh, I'll second
Okay.
January 10th. Sooner the better.
I'm going to take a roll call.
Commissioner Barnett.
Aye.
Commissioner Jansen.
Aye.
Commissioner Willander.
Aye.
Commissioner Bohar.
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald.
Yes.
Commissioner Cribb.
No.
Chair Felder.
Yes.
The motion passed 6-1.
Okay, the item has been continued to January 10th.
May we receive feedback on any design or no? Because
So would you step to the podium, please?
never mind, we're okay.
We'll take about a 2-minute recess.
Let's make this one short.
Aye. Like to call the meeting back to order. We have another agenda item to get through with 5 minutes to do it. Are we all on board? Item 8.3 is an application to allow an exception to the city's required off-street parking standards to allow no off-street parking on the property located at 877 5th Street East, where a proposed 509 square foot addition is being requested. With that, I'll look for a staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair
Is it-
Felder.
This is Wendy?
This is Wendy. I've been asked to elaborate more on my staff report this evening. I'm just joking. The property is 5,500 square foot parcel located on the west side of 5th Street East, mid-block between East MacArthur Street and Avenue del Oro. The property is currently developed with a one-story residence. The applicant is proposing to remodel and expand the existing residence, which currently has an area of 1,355 square feet. The proposed remodeling plan calls for the expanding the residence to the rear and along the south with a single-story addition totaling just over 500 square feet, resulting in a living area of 1,864 square feet. The resident currently lacks off-street parking of any kind, and no off-street parking is proposed. The proposal is consistent with the general plan and the development code, with the exception of the parking requirements. The section of the development code that talks about parking states that when a structure is enlarged or increased in capacity, additional parking spaces shall be provided in compliance with the parking requirements. So the number of parking spaces required for single-family residence is 1. There are certain findings this commission must make in order to approve an exception. And staff would note that the proposal complies with all zoning regulations except for the parking requirement. The property is non-conforming in terms of minimum lot size and width requirements. And staff has determined that the parking exception is consistent with the site and neighborhood conditions and would be generally compatible with properties in the vicinity, including the adjoining property to the north. Staff recommends approve the project with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Questions to staff?
I have just a question in terms of like future. If we were to approve the parking exception and say 10 years down the road, another owner wants to add another 1,000 square feet onto the house or 1,000 square feet in an accessory dwelling unit in the back, would this commission have the discretion at some point to require parking? Is like every time somebody would come in to add, there would be a discretion at some point, some commission in the future could decide to require parking?
There would certainly be a requirement for a parking exception to be reviewed by this commission.
Every time that somebody came in. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have one. I know in the staff report, or it might have been in the applicant narrative, it said that there's historically never been covered parking on this site. But I'm fairly certain, if you look at these houses, there's about 5 or 6 of them in a row up and down 5th Street East on the west side that are all about 2-bedroom houses, very small houses, and with a 1-car garage. And this seems to be the only one that doesn't have it. And so do we have any record or anything that shows that this house in particular removed the garage and converted it?
Well, this property was constructed when the property was located in Sonoma County, and then it was annexed into the city of Sonoma. So our building records, we don't have any records that show the original building permit for the house, and we don't have any building permit records that state that it ever had a garage.
But you could understand where someone would think it did.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
If there's no other questions, I'll take it out to the public. Would the applicant like to make some presentation?
Hi, Fred O'Donnell. I'm the designer on the project. The owner couldn't make it tonight. A couple things, I guess. One is, as far as we know, there was never, a parking, but there's no way of finding out. The county records go back to 1961, and there's nothing on file. House was built in 41, so there was kind of this dead space of 20 years. There's no way to get parking on this property without removing a third of the house. The house was originally about 900 square feet, I believe, and then there was an addition in the back of about 400 square feet. It's also 10 feet off the property line in the front, which is unusual. And so if parking was required for this particular property, the front of the garage or carport would have to be 40 feet back from the front of the sidewalk. So not only would you lose basically, a third of the house as it stands today, but the garage would be parked in the back. The lot is narrow, only a 3-foot side yard setback on the north side and 5 feet on the south. And just one other thing that I'm hoping it will maybe help our case, the owner and myself, is some of you know me, some of you don't. I've been doing projects in this town for decades and done probably 500 projects here in Sonoma. I always go to the planning department the week after I meet with a client, and I go there and I say, planning department, tell me what I need to know about this project before I go any further. And most of my clients, I tell them, here's what you can do, here's what you can't do. And if you do this, you're going to have to go to the planning commission if you try to do things that aren't allowed. I rarely come to these meetings because my clientele, in general, I do small projects. I don't do the big ones like you just talked about. They don't want to come here because the odds are 50-50 at best that they're going to get what they want. So the owner and myself and the planning department back in the summer were working on this project. And similar to the last folks, obviously much bigger, we met every criteria that they asked for and said verbally and in writing that we could move forward without any exceptions to what we had designed, which what you're looking at now. The parking never even came up between any of us because it just didn't seem like it was even doable on this project without really tearing an existing house down that, is 80 years old. So that's a little history. And so we were told to move forward. We actually submitted building plans. We've already got the permit process started. It wasn't until we actually submitted plans, got complete set of plans, structural engineering, the whole shoot and match, until we were informed that, hey, guess what? You got to have a covered parking or come in for an exception. So the owner said, well, do we have a choice? And talked to planning department, and they said no. So we're here tonight to just see if, we can get the exception based on that history. So other than that, I can answer any other questions, but that's kind of our case, that we didn't think we'd even be here. The times I've come here in the past, I always knew going into it immediately with a project that we would be here. This is the first one where I actually went through the whole process, actually got the building department started, and then said, whoop, time out. So it's a little bit of a strange one. So we're hoping that we get a little leniency mixed with the impracticality of putting a garage in this property.
Thank you, Fred. Could you come back? We have a question for you.
No, I certainly heard your words about not being able to do parking on it. I was down the project walking around. I assume there's not any access from the rear of the property.
No. It's there's back-to-back lots. I think I showed on the little tentative map or the little site map.
Didn't,
but there's no access.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no access anywhere from the front, but the front. And so it's even kind of to me, it's a little bit of a misnomer that we're asking for an exception to covered parking, because A, there never was, and B, there's nowhere to put it. So it's not really we're asking for an exception, we're asking to keep things status quo, which is typically, in my past of being here, is usually working with historic projects, that's usually the number one thing. The feedback I get from commission is don't touch anything. So it seems a little bit counterintuitive to even be here talking about this, but I understand there's a rule, and so that's why we're here.
There's appear to be a concrete pad where in the same location as the garages are for the other houses. Have you noticed that? What do you make of that?
Concrete pad in the front?
Front of that right front window.
Yeah.
There's something like a sidewalk, and it stops midway between the two windows. It looks like, I mean, to me, I just made an assumption it was part of a driveway going into a garage that was taken out.
Again, I couldn't find any history on it. The addition behind that portion that you're talking about, the addition that was done back, 35 years ago, maybe it happened back then, but I don't think so because there was no record of it. So it would have had to have been from 1940 to 1960, and then it disappeared before 1960. Cause that's
No, it just seems odd that they would have a concrete walkway that stopped
Yeah.
right about the width of a car.
Again, I don't know.
So, second, you don't see any way to do an uncovered parking space in that front yard somehow if you had a curb cut?
Well, the setback is the requirement, is the problem. The building planning setback is, and planning can correct me, but I believe it's a 40-foot setback. And so a 40-foot setback mixed with the width that's required to have a driveway to access that. Basically, you would be cutting off, if you came right to left there, you would be cutting right through the middle of the second window. So your house would end up being, 23 feet wide or something, and then the addition would have to go in the back, and it would just be a shotgun house.
Well, I don't quite know what you're describing, but is there any way of having a parking space in that front yard, if you call it that?
No, it's not allowed. There's a 40-foot setback for any
You
covered
can't, and you don't
parking.
think there's an exception possible for that to squeeze something in there?
That's a planning question.
Is that a dumb idea?
We have 10 feet
Think that
from
would
the
look good?
sidewalk to the house.
I'm desperate.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could pull up, sideways and, not be able to open the passenger door because it hit the house. I mean, I'm not sure. It's literally 10 feet wide. It's literally 10 feet wide there, and
What about a porte cochere?
I mean, unless, maybe they got a golf cart. I don't know. The setbacks are just really restrictive. They're just really restrictive on this and the parcel is 10 feet narrower than what is now required, so it's everything. You got the kitchen sink thrown at this thing, and I don't see a way around it. So we're not asking for, the typical is let's convert our garage into a fun house for the kids. We're not asking for that. We're just saying, can we just leave it as it is?
Well, you're not actually leaving it as it is. You're going to make an addition to the back.
Well, the front is always the
Well, I
critical
understand.
spot, and that's usually what we're.
But you are increasing
what
the
we're up
capacity.
against. Yes.
Excuse me.
Size. Yeah, and to address Mr. McDonald's question about future, if this addition is allowed to go through as it is, there's only 100 square feet left that could be built on this property in the future. So minimal, again, if it does come back, obviously, I'm sure we would come back here again, but it seems odd that someone would just add an extra 100 square feet to max out the FAR.
Yeah, I didn't look at it close enough. I didn't
Yeah.
know what the
Yeah, we're
additional
going, it's
development-
19, I think it's 1935, and we're going 1825 or something, we're kind of pushing up against it as it is, so. But the front view is what we're trying to maintain, which is, again, being here, a couple of dozen times over the past years, that's usually always been the mantra. Don't mess with the curb appeal.
Thank you. Other public comment?
Linda Corrado, First Street East. I looked at this house myself to buy, and I asked the very same question because if you notice the discoloration in the curb, I was told that was a curb cut and that was a driveway where the tree is. So, and it looks, in the dining room, that right front room, I didn't ask if it was an addition that, a garage that was filled in, but I did get, yes, that was a curb cut and that was a driveway. Thank you.
Rick Maffioli again. I live 507 Avenue Del Oro, kitty corner from 877. I was born and raised here in Sonoma. Them houses were built right after the war. They were built for Model Ts and Model As. Every one of them had a garage, and they were all finally closed off and made into bedrooms. And there, if you go out there and look, the driveway is there. And I'm not against the project, because everybody here, we're 20th century now. But if this guy's a flipper or something, we're gonna turn around and add there and make a few bucks. Hey, lots of luck to him. But I'm against it because everybody there on that 5 or 6 houses never use their garage. It's all for storage. And you can go down there and check with all the neighbors. No one has any cars parked up on their driveway because they can't even get in their garage. And that, when you get 2 or 3 cars parked on either side of the 5th Street, the big trucks can't hardly get through there. The neighbor next to his house, before the garbage man comes, he parks his car in front of my house so he don't want to get hit by the garbage truck. So I am against the thing. And I am born and raised here, and like I say, that houses were built for Model Ts and Model As where you didn't need much room. Thank you.
Anyone else?
This is why I actually came here tonight. Patty DeFern, 465 East MacArthur Street. You probably remember I was here about a year and a half ago with Leslie Carlson, who's right across the street from me, with her little house that's the exact same size. We were told 1941 it was housing for Mayor Island. And it was temporary housing. They never thought that they would still be there. So I think that's part of the history as well. I'm not opposed to this project. They won't have a garage, but my son lives in Oakland and none of them have garages. So if they want to do it, if they want to flip it, I agree. You hate to see that kind of thing. But it's also a very small house for the people that are there. So I'm not opposed to the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Anyone else? Close the public hearing, bring it back to the commission for comments, possible action. Anyone?
Well, I looked at the street, and the people surrounding this house have looks to me like they've expended design and landscaping time and construction, and they're very attractive houses. And it looks like they take care of them and have pride in them. This one needs a renovation for sure to match any of the quality of the ones around it. And frankly, it seems unfair to these neighbors who take pride in what they've done with these small houses to allow someone to expand without any parking. I don't know exactly how many of these people have driveways they could put cars in. I see one next door. It looks like it's slightly over the sidewalk, but it'd be very hard for me to support expanding this house without a parking space. Very difficult.
I see both sides, and so I'd like to hear from the rest of the commission, but I think the applicant and the owners of this house went forth on this project in good faith, and these are small houses. I actually was surprised at this. I asked Wendy, I was surprised this didn't have a historic resource evaluation, and because it's, I guess, not in the historic district or whatever, or because it's a parking exemption, it didn't trigger it. And I was just wondering if an addition on a potentially historic home would, if we'd have to consider all those factors. And so I reached out to Alice Duffy today, and we did a little research, and she went to go see them, and this was certainly not a report. This was just her looking at them, and she didn't feel like individually it was historic or even as a group, because if you notice, there's about six, or they all look identical. And I guarantee you this house had a garage at some point. And they were, she looked up, just for those that care about the history of this house, which is probably just me, they were defense houses, like FHA defense houses. They were built in 1941. And they were all like two-bedroom. To Mrs. DeFern's point, they probably didn't think these would still be here. So, so considering that, and considering, you know, the garages were probably at one point built for cars that certainly aren't sized like that today, and considering that was the state of the house that the owner bought it in, and considering, quite frankly, it sounds like all the neighbors don't use their garages anyway, I would be inclined to, I mean, I see both sides, but I would be inclined to support it. I just want to see what the rest of the commission thinks.
I support this application. I think it makes common sense, and I don't think there's going to be any impact whatsoever.
For my 2 cents is that there's no curb cut because there's no garage, and if we were to put a curb cut in and put 30 inches on each side, we would be taking one parking space off the street and putting it in a house and actually kind of ruining the front of it and the potential of having landscaping. So I think that we could make the findings of exception for a parking variance because it retains the character of the front, and by creating a parking space, we're taking one off the street. And the narrowness of the lot.
Yeah, I would agree with those. Probably an excellent point about, you know, taking a parking space away to gain a parking space, as well as destroying half a house. And you know, it would appear from the research that's been done, this has been a pre-existing condition for probably anywhere from 30 to 60 years. So if it hasn't been a problem to that point, I mean, it's a relatively modest addition that's being proposed anyway. I mean, it's not as if you're really significantly increasing the capacity of the house. And my guess is that nobody does use their garages because they're so small that modern cars, for the most part, probably wouldn't fit in there, even if they didn't have it stuffed full of all their junk.
Anybody else?
I agree with my fellow commissioners in terms of I can find the findings to grant an exception here. What I don't see, and I understand this is not design review, but the existing house has a certain character to it, some bric-a-brac, some detailing. I don't see that. I see it absent in the proposed conditions, and I was just curious if that was a what would you call it, a client-driven, or was it just to simplify?
Both. Mostly it was the front. That little entry is a little bit cumbersome. It's right on top of the street. I don't know. It doesn't really match anything. The owners didn't like it. I mean, that's really what drove it, the new owners. And they're not planning on flipping. You know, obviously no one knows what the future holds with anybody, but their idea is they're going to move up here from the city. And it's just a couple, single couple. I think they have one child, and you know they're going to live there. But that feature was the first thing that they were like, how do we get rid of this thing? You know, and they thought it was just going to be like a slam dunk. And that's actually what was, you know, started my conversation with the planning department was, hey, can we remove this because it doesn't seem like it conforms to anything, et cetera, et cetera. So once that came off, then all that was left was the little scalloping on the roof. They may leave it. The initial idea was to take it off just because it's to them a little bit out of character with just the neighborhood. But and the same with the shutters. The shutters might stay. That's up for grabs. I mean that never was on the table as far as trying to work out those details just yet.
Well, I walk this street every day, and I can personally testify that nobody in that neighborhood uses their garage. most of the cars would hang way over the sidewalk if there is a sidewalk. Not all of those houses even have sidewalks in front of them. But this is a case where there's a parking place in front for a car now, and there's going to be a parking place in front for a car later, and to cut half the house off to put a car in the backyard doesn't make sense. So I certainly support this exception. I guess I'd like to get somebody to make a motion.
I move that we accept the application as submitted.
I'll second.
We have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1.
Can I ask us a question, staff? So when we write the findings, the final findings, do you take the testimony from or the comments from the planning commission when you actually write the final findings, saying because of the lot width, because of the reasons why we were compelled to approve this? So in the future, when somebody else comes in, we can distinguish. Somebody say, well, they got it down the street, how come we can't have it? Does that make sense?
That'll be in the minutes. We'll have
That'll
that
be in the
record.
minutes?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on. Issues update. Is there any issues update?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I have a 45-minute PowerPoint on the Sonoma State December the 1st Planning Commissioners Conference for those of you that weren't able to attend. So those of you that were able to attend can leave, and then I'll just kind of take the rest of the next.
It's only 45 minutes?
It's only 45 minutes. No, I do want to say that it was a successful presentation that we saw throughout that morning for those of you who were able to make it. And we should be able to get those materials actually pretty soon. So anyway, I just want to talk about a few things. At the December 3rd City Council meeting, the gateway approval was acted upon, the appeal, excuse me, on a 3-1-1 vote. We also had, the Mikado had a monument sign, a freestanding monument sign that was approved that went to the City Council from the Design Review and Historic Preservation Commission. We also spent time at the council meeting receiving feedback from the council regarding wine tasting and received some direction there. I will tell you that this Monday there will be an application fee, planning application fee presentation, discussion, and action from the council to update our planning fees. If you haven't had a chance to look at the packet, the City of Sonoma's application fees are very low as compared to other people that practice the same kind of stuff that we do. That's not the reason for doing it. It's based on a cost recovery process. For example, like a tentative map or something like that, we actually get true costs back. We will now hopefully have the ability to do that should the council approve staff's recommendation. The last thing I wanted to mention to you is that I had a discussion with Verizon today, and I'm supposed to receive those applications tomorrow, at which point I'll have to determine whether we would ask the commission to meet at some point on another special, because I'd prefer to keep that particular review process separate from your regular business. So I'll ask for your forgiveness ahead of time, and we may or may not be making some calls in that regard. Thank you.
And in light of that, are we thinking of a potentially January, 2 weeks from the 10th, whatever that is?
Yeah, so I'd be looking at
24th.
possibly the 24th or another date in February, depending on the quality of the resubmittals.
Can you request a thinner submittal this time?
I thought we were compounding every application.
What's the shot clock at now?
We, if you recall, at the meeting on November the 8th, we extended it out another couple of months. I believe it's May now. It was March the 3rd. I want to say May the 3rd or something like that.
I have a question about Verizon or any other telecommunications application, as we had. And as you recall, I think that meeting lasted at least 6 hours.
6.5.
And we all know it's going to end up at the council. Any one of them will. So why are we putting the public through talking to us when we really virtually have no purview over most of what it is that they're addressing from the public? We don't have it on the health issues. We don't have it on, mostly the only thing that we can say is that we don't like the design, or we think it should be underground, which I, personally support because that's what the code says. But why are we putting them through all of this time and energy to talk to us when we all know where it's going to end up?
Well, it's called democracy where I come from, and it's where you come from as well. Tongue in cheek there. The applicants are. Let me back up without violating the Brown Act here, because we're talking about a topic that's not on the agenda. Anybody can submit an application. If it's a use permit, we respond to it as an advisory body to the Planning Commission, City Council, excuse me. That's the best response I can give you right now without going into the details.
Thank you.
Chair, can I ask a quick, do you have did the Mission Square decision, did that get appealed, or?
Oh, thank you for that. Sorry.
Yeah.
The answer is no.
So that means it will move forward?
If that's what the applicant wants to do, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I can tell you that we're within the the CEQA statute of limitations with respect to the filing of the NOD. It did occur.
Okay.
And the clock is counting as far as 30 days from this, I think it's January 2nd, if I'm not mistaken, for somebody to file a notice of intent to sue.
Okay.
With that, we'll move on to comments from the commission. Anyone? Go ahead.
I think I must have fallen asleep in the last couple of commissions, but I am totally baffled with the kind of the change in game plan where all of a sudden we're taking on the design review hat as well. And I certainly did not come prepared to really look at it as a former design review commissioner. And I'm confused for a couple of reasons, but I'm not sure I understand the value of bundling. And what seemingly now is that we had two distinct commissions. Now, for whatever reason, we're kind of eroding or eating into the purview of, at least historic, traditionally, was design review. And I know that you've looked at the guidelines, but here again, and I'm speaking from a practitioner standpoint, it makes me nervous it's the same thing with the goofy irrigation thing. It makes me nervous to expend energies, which means monies, to pursue something that hasn't been approved. And so all of a sudden you're asking an applicant to fast forward into the world of minutia design, and yet the project hasn't been, the use permit or whatever hasn't been approved. I'm not seeing the rationale, so I'm going to sit back and listen.
Well, just very briefly, because the hour is short and the holidays are upon us.
Okay.
Chapter 19.54 actually talks about the role or the type of permits that you as a commission and the other commission, I'll just call it that, have the ability to look at. And for the code right now says that discretionary come to you as a body and non-discretionary go to the other commission. What we as staff heard on at the last meeting on one of the applications before you tonight, again, I'm trying to make sure that we don't have another discussion on a project here. The point being is we heard that desire of the commission to take the code and look at those concepts to the extent feasible or necessary by the commission, that you can take it upon yourself and you have the ability to send stuff as you wish to the other commission for them to review. And typically those are the non-discretionary things. So when you have a use permit, yours. When you have a map, you put those two together. When there's design review, the concurrency or bundling provision, the concurrency provision says you try to do that to the extent feasible. So it makes perfect sense to me that should have been the process. It's alien to me to have, like in Mission Square, these other bites at the apple, if you will, after you as a commission have approved a tentative map and you've also approved a use permit. It seems to me that you should be bundling all of that stuff together in one shot. And then that date then becomes the time of a planning commission action for somebody to count to 15 days for an appeal and then it's done. In Mission Square's case, it went to the Planning Commission, it got appealed, and then it went to council, and then it went to design review twice. And then after that, you count 16 days for all of the permits to become effective, and that just seems different to me, at least in my experience. The code does allow us to do it before, so we could actually do design review before as a recommendation to you when you've got a land use or discretionary entitlement, and maybe that's another way to do it. But clearly, doing it subsequent, I think, doesn't make a lot of sense.
And you, in your experience, both private and public, haven't had pushback on that from a.
I've never seen it done this way. That's probably the
Yeah.
better way to answer it.
And I would just add to that, from a design review commissioner's perspective, it would frustrate me at times when you would try to change or contribute to the design of a building, and maybe you're going to change the roof pitch, or you're going to change something that might bring the building down in terms of height a little, but the planning commission's already approved all that, and so you're sort of limited as a design review commissioner to really just aesthetics. And in my view, design is part of the planning process, and in other communities, design review generally either comes first, or it's usually a subcommittee of planning commissioners. And so that's my perspective on it.
Can I ask a question about determination of completeness of a project? So just hypothetically, a developer comes in with a map, maybe like a vesting tentative map, and you review a project. When you approve the map, are you approving its completeness and saying that the project's complete and the time clock stops ticking, like you've approved the project? Or if there's discretionary approvals like design review or landscaping, or where you don't have any of that information, how do you determine a project when it's complete under CEQA, under state law? When you approve, say for example, a map, or can you break it up and say the map's complete but the use permit's not? Or how do you, because I always think of project, once you determine it complete, then the time clock starts ticking and you have to approve it in so many days.
So let's assume for kicks and giggles that you've got 3 applications. You've got a use permit, a tentative map, and design review component through a PD or something. The Permit Streamlining Act basically says, public agency, you better have a darn good list to tell an applicant what they need to submit for those 3 entitlements. And you must not ask, let me back up. Let's say one of those things is a check, a set of envelopes or something like that, and a site plan, 18 by 24. We as a staff go make sure that all of those things on all 3 of those lists, the middle list, if there are 3, that address the map, the use permit, and the design review, you better have a comprehensive list, because within the first 30 days of submittal of the check and the bundle of stuff that's coming there in a package, an application package, our first 30 days are to say, hey, did they submit everything that's on our checklist? If the answer is yes, we deem it complete for processing. It may take 30 days. In most cases it does, no matter where you go. It's usually right at the last day or 2. If you fail, obviously, then it's automatically deemed complete. We've not really got to that point, I think, in our evolution here. So what happens in that case is we then are forbidden to ask for something else. Let's say we want a second check or something else for the review or a site plan that we think would really help out. It'd be a great thing to do. We're not able to do that. But under the law, through CEQA, we can ask for additional studies and reports to perfect the processing of CEQA. And so we have to be very careful about what that information is and communicate it well long after that we've already deemed a project complete. So you're not forbidden from asking for more information, but you are if it's something unrelated to CEQA.
So in the future, if we're going to see more projects that are going to meet the test of an infill project, say for example, when and we're exempting things, when can we ask for additional information? If I'm just concerned about the Streamlining Act, and I see Ron's concern because we may maybe we don't want to bundle things, but then if we approve something on our end and we determine a project complete, the people can't, another commission can't in the future ask for things. Unless,
We're the ones that staff that determine whether an application is complete or not. You don't see them unless they're complete for processing. And so what we do is we do that checks and balance to make sure we've got everything before we bring it to you, to make sure we've got all of those studies that we need in order to make a determination. So we recommend to you that you make a categorical exemption. We find it, we read the rules and determine if one is necessary. If we can't do a categorical exemption, you'll have an initial study, and that will inform us as to whether we're going to do a neg deck or whether you're going to do an EIR or not.
I see, okay.
I have just one final thing. Any packet that has 624 pages and brings our iPads to its knees is too much because it's very frustrating. Even though we appreciate the completeness of the information, I hope that we can find a different way to make that part of the record without making it in the packet itself, because there can be a summary in the packet, but I don't think we need, a list of everybody that's lived in 4th Street East and Hayes and everything else in perpetuity for us to make a decision on a project. Anyway, there's got to be a way to put it on the city website and under development projects and refer to it from the packet or something that makes it in the record, but doesn't clog the ability for us to go electronically on these devices.
Well, certainly we do have to be respectful of the law as far as providing information in the record. And as Christina was saying, part of that stuff that you received tonight was basically CEQA-based to substantiate that. So we'll take a look to see how we can link you to another document.
I don't deny that it has to be part of the record, but it's a question of,
how it becomes a part.
how does it become a part?
If I can add to that, because you guys have generously dropped off a packet because I requested that I have a written, on paper. And I know it's all of you think I'm technologically challenged, which I am in comparison to any 12-year-old, that's for sure, but not really that badly. Bottom line is that I brought the whole thing just to show you, okay, that this is for the items that we had on the agenda, and this is printed front and back, okay? That's an absurd amount of information to slog through. And forget us, we're supposed to do it because that's our job, but for the public, to me, it's incomprehensible. I just think it's way, way, way too much, and I think there's a better way to be more succinct in the way that we present information to the public. And I appreciate it, by the way, you don't have to do it anymore, okay? So, thank you very much.
What you're saying is you don't want to test on page 532.
Pardon me?
What you're saying is you don't want to test on the content of page 532 that you're supposed to be getting every week.
What I'm saying is you don't have to drop off the packets anymore.
I think I'm about to turn into a pumpkin, so I'd look for a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
Somebody has to make the motion first.
So moved.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Carried.